Our music, our music, our music. Good morning, good morning, good morning. What a day, what a day, what a day.
Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film free therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you write a line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Hey! Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Peas kneeling strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
Ooh, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Yeah, today has been a day, and I do mean a day of strange things and different things in different places. So I figure since I plan on covering the YNW Melly case next week, it would be a bad time to revisit what went on in the original case with YNW Melly. So with that being said, I am going to start with the opening statements, and we'll kind of see how we got here with the current trial that we're doing. That'll be happening next week. We'll also cover our other trials that we have going on, and we'll kind of take it from there. All right. Let's see here. Let me get that in here, and this way we'll have this coverage.
Issued on the record busy state floor versus Dennis President. Issued on the record busy state floor versus Dennis. Jurors entering. Okay, all jury present are accounted for? Yes, sir. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the attendance of Mr. Demons, the counsel, the assistant state attorney, the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust all on my weekend. We're about ready to begin today. At this time, the attorneys to the parties have the opportunity to make their call opening statements in which they may explain to you the issues of the case and summarize the facts that they expect the evidence will show. The statements that the attorneys now make and the arguments that they later make are not to be considered by you as either evidence in the case or as your instructions on the law. Nevertheless, these statements are intended to help you properly understand the issues, the evidence, and the applicable law, so you should give them your close attention. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On October 26th of 2018, this defendant shot and killed two of his friends. He killed Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to set out the story and how this unfolded and lay out what I expect the evidence will show during the course of this trial. First thing you're going to hear is that at 4:35 a.m. on October 26th of 2018, Cortland Henry, the co-defendant, shows up at Memorial Miramar Hospital. In his car, he has two dead bodies. In the front passenger seat is Anthony Williams. In the rear passenger seat is Christopher Thomas. They are dead, they are riddled with bullets, and the car is full of blood. Christopher Thomas is sitting in the rear. There is multiple defects to his body. Anthony Williams, who is sitting in the front, has two major injuries. Officer Jessica Amangor is working a detail at the hospital. Cortland Henry runs in, starts telling a story about a drive-by, quote unquote drive-by. Cortland Henry, and you're going to learn a lot about Miramar geography during the course of this trial, tells a story that he and his buddies, just the two that are in the car, were at a music studio here in downtown Fort Lauderdale at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue. He's going to tell law enforcement, and you're going to hear this statement, you're going to hear the actual audio of him telling law enforcement, we were at the recording studio, we drove home, as they lived out in West Miramar. You're going to hear Cortland say that they come across in the path of travel, that they're getting off the highway on I-75 southbound to go west on Miramar Parkway. And you're going to hear that on Miramar Parkway, sometime between 160th, which is also commonly referred to as Dykes Road, and 172nd, Cortland Henry says they were shot at. That he ducked down, and you'll see him doing that in the video, and that he didn't see any car, he didn't see any people, he has no information, and that he quickly went to the nearest hospital. So you're going to learn that when you go on Miramar Parkway, and you take that right at 172, Memorial Miramar is just about 1 mile north. So the distance between most major intersections in Broward County is 1 mile. So you're going to learn that from 160th to 172nd, 1 mile. From 172nd to the next major intersection on Miramar Parkway, 184th, 1 mile. So you're going to hear and find that Mr. Henry's statement that the car is traveling westbound on Memorial Parkway and goes north on 172nd and shows up at the hospital, the drive-by, is completely and utterly false. How can I tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the detectives from Miramar at this point shut down the entire length of Miramar Parkway from 160th to 172nd. And they sit and they walk side by side for an hour, that mile-long stretch, looking for evidence of this drive-by. Because evidence is the remnants a crime leaves behind. And in this case, the lack of evidence is very important. There is a lack of any evidence whatsoever to support that a drive-by happened on Miramar Parkway. What would they look for? Shell casings, glass fragments, projectiles, tire marks. You're going to hear that there is none of that found whatsoever. So then they said, well, maybe we have the time frame wrong. Maybe we have the location wrong. So they walk an additional mile from 172 to 184th. Still nothing. No broken glass, no projectiles, no fire casings. Detectives know they have a Jeep that they are looking at the Memorial Miramar Hospital that has 16 easily identifiable bullet defects. That has a broken out rear view window and 2 broken side windows on the passenger side. Things aren't adding up. So detectives work backwards. They are then able to determine that 805 Northeast 4th address that it's a recording studio and that the recording studio is equipped with cameras. And ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see footage from both inside and outside of that recording studio. You're going to learn that on the morning of the 26th at approximately 1 p.m., detectives went out to the recording studio to try and see if somebody had followed the victims, to find out how they knew where they were going to be to set up this drive-by. In the video, that is the first time detectives learned that there was actually 4 people in that gray Jeep, and that the defendant, Jamell Demons, is in the rear driver's side seat. So let me set the scene for you at the recording studio, because there's actually 8 young men there. You're going to hear they arrived at the recording studio, not much was getting done. They were tired. They left at 3:19, and they got into 2 vehicles. So first vehicle is a red Mitsubishi SUV. In that red Mitsubishi SUV, 4 individuals get into it. Travion Glass, Dontavius Withers, Jacoby Mills, and Adrian Davis. They are in the red Mitsubishi. In the gray Jeep, you have the driver, Cortland Henry, rear driver's side passenger, Jamell Demons, Anthony Williams in the front seat, and Cortland Henry, again, the driver, Christopher Thomas in the rear. What you will find and what you will hear, ladies and gentlemen, is that this gray Jeep leaves the recording studio, goes over to I-95, takes I-95 south to 595, 595 across to I-75 south, I-75 south to Miramar Parkway. You're going to see traffic cameras from the Department of Transportation that show the cars going across 595, one after the other. In those videos, you're not going to see them stop. And it's just a small portion of which is covered by cameras on that. But then what you're going to see is the cell phone evidence. The digital leash. The item that is carried around in everyone's pocket, in everyone's car, you use on a daily basis. Because you're going to see, as Jamell Demons leaves that recording studio, he's got his phone in his hand, and he's playing on his phone. You're going to see on that phone information that Anthony Williams had his phone with him. And the interesting fact that's important to keep in mind is Anthony Williams, the deceased in the front passenger seat, and Jamell Demons, who is the shooter, in the rear driver's side passenger seat, have the exact same make and model of cell phone. Not only do they have the same make and model of cell phone, they are on the exact same cell phone plan. They're using the same service, the same cell towers, everything like that. So you can compare the information from those 2 cell phones and see how they track together. Christopher Thomas, who's the deceased in the rear passenger seat, he had an iPhone as well, and he was on the Sprint service at the time. In the other car, that red Mitsubishi, Dontavius Withers also had a Sprint service cell phone. So ladies and gentlemen, you have individuals in 2 cars and all of the cell phone tracks together, going across 595, going until they get to the Miramar Parkway and 184th. At 184th, the red Mitsubishi goes south, and you will then see it at 3:50 a.m. going through the guard gate at Sunset Lakes. That was the gated community in which the individuals were all living at the time of this homicide in October of 2018. On the Sunset Lakes guard video, the red Mitsubishi goes through, the gray Jeep doesn't. The gray Jeep instead goes north and then proceeds to go to the actual scene of the homicides. The gray Jeep goes north on 184th up to Pines Boulevard. From Pines Boulevard, it travels west all the way to the edge of the Everglades, where it is desolate, where it is dark, where there are no witnesses. The gray Jeep goes down south on US 27 and turns left on Pembroke Road. You're going to learn that Pembroke Road does not connect through. That right there, Pembroke Road dead ends at a trash facility. That at that recycling facility, you're not going to see people. You're not going to see activity. There's no street lights. And at 4:02 a.m., Jamell Demons exits that vehicle and stages that drive-by. Because ladies and gentlemen, remember, at this time, Miramar is going and working backwards. They're looking for communication to figure out how and why and how the location of this Jeep was known, why they would be targeted. At that point, there is no communication. You're not going to see any sort of phone calls, any sort of text messages going out, setting up any sort of meeting at the edge of the Everglades at 4 in the morning. What you are going to find is that after the surveillance footage is brought up, some of these other individuals say, oh no, we stopped. We stopped the car and Mr. Demons on the side of the highway got out of the gray Jeep and got into the red Mitsubishi. But ladies and gentlemen, it's important to know and look at the details, because the details don't match up. One person says, oh, it's at this location. One person says it's over here on the side of the road. Look at what the physical evidence shows, and that's what I would suggest to you is the most reliable things. So on the physical evidence, the Jeep is towed to the Miramar substation, and a search warrant is executed on it. And at that point, officers, crime scene technicians, and investigators start going through the contents of the Jeep. And all of the ballistic from the drive-by are all coming from the passenger side in towards the driver's side. And then from the rear of the vehicle, forward towards the front. The medical examiner's office is also conducting an investigation. You're going to hear testimony about the autopsies that were conducted on Anthony Williams and Christopher Thomas. And this is when the suspicion, the investigation takes a turn. Because at that point, the fatal wounds for Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams are coming from inside the vehicle, from the rear driver's side passenger going out towards the passenger side. The other interesting thing the medical examiner's office is going to tell you is that when the drive-by was staged at 4:02 a.m., the victims were already dead. The medical examiner will be able to testify and tell you that the fatal shots to Anthony Williams, to his head, that enters in the back of his head and exits at the top, blowing out the front passenger window, was fatal. And that the additional wounds that are consistent with the trajectories going through the vehicle, he's already dead. There is a post-mortem inflicted gunshot wounds. The same for Christopher Thomas. You will hear from the medical examiner's office, Dr. McDougall and Dr. Souter, who conducted the autopsies, that Christopher Thomas was shot in his left cheek. That was the fatal shot for him. You're also going to hear about stippling. Stippling is unburnt gunpowder that's ejected from the front of a firearm when a bullet is fired. The best way to describe that and make it easy to understand, you have a handful of sand, soot, and a golf ball. You throw it, the golf ball is going to go the furthest because it has the most weight, the most mass. The sand weighs a little bit more than the soot, so it's going to go a little bit further, but not as far as the golf ball. The ash, the soot, which has almost no weight, no mass, therefore it can't have any energy put into it, falls very quickly. So that is the same principle that comes to gunshot residue and the powder tattooing that you're going to hear about, the stippling. The bullet travels the furthest. The gunshot residue, the powder tattooing, the stippling, creates a pattern. And from that pattern, the medical examiner's office can give an approximate distance. Why can they not give an exact one? Because their firearm in this case was never recovered. Law enforcement made diligent efforts to go and dive multiple canals, search multiple areas, apartments, storage units. They were never able to find the firearm. So without the actual firearm that was used in this case, you can't accurately and reliably recreate a distance determination. Common sense, ladies and gentlemen, the things that you learned in elementary school science about conducting science experiments, they apply just as much now as they did then. You have to minimize the number of variables. That's the only way to get an accurate experiment. So if you don't know the type of gun, you can't minimize the variables to get that distance determination. So what you're also going to hear is while law enforcement is going through that Jeep, they find one spent shell casing for a .40 caliber firearm. Why is that important? That shows a gun was fired inside of that car. You're going to hear that at once the location of US 27 and Pembroke Road was discovered, law enforcement goes out to that area as well. And there they locate an additional 8 shell casings, .40 caliber. But the interesting thing about that is that doesn't happen on October 26th of 2018. This happens on November 21st, almost a month later. Because that's when law enforcement gets the reliable cell phone tracking data that they use to determine that's the area that they need to be searching. Because at that location is where the cell phones of Christopher Thomas, Anthony Williams, and Jamell Demons all line up at 4:02 a.m. That point, afterwards, Mr. Demons' phone tracks with the two victims until about 4:20. So 15 minutes before Cortland Henry takes the victims to the hospital. During those 30 minutes, you're going to hear as to where the path went. You're going to hear that law enforcement then searched that path again, looking for trace evidence, such as firearms. They didn't find it. But you're also going to hear that Jamell Demons, on the side of the road, made a FaceTime video chat. At that point, he starts setting up the story. He FaceTimes his girlfriend at the time, Mariah Hamilton. Mariah Hamilton gets the phone call and screams, waking up her mother, Felicia Holmes. Felicia Holmes also sees the defendant, Jamell Demons, on that FaceTime video call. And you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, that that's a data event on a cell phone. It's not a call for the purposes of the cell phone companies. It's using data, accessing the internet. Felicia Holmes and Mariah Hamilton see Jamell Demons outside, and he is saying he's just been involved in a drive-by, and he thinks Anthony Williams and Chris Thomas are dead. So what you're also going to find out is while Mr. Demons is out there on the side of the road, 4 in the morning, 4:42 specifically, he sends a drop pin, digital homing beacon, to his current location to one of his friends, Frederick Gibbons. Frederick Gibbons is also involved in the music industry, and he asked to be picked up. Frederick Gibbons then, about 11 minutes later, is sent another drop pin where Mr. Demons has moved a couple of meters. What you're going to find out as well, though, is these digital leashes, they have more than just phone calls, accessing the internet. They have health data. So, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to find and hear and be able to see the videos at the recording studio and see Mr. Demons taking steps. Lo and behold, look at the health activity data, a pedometer, a step counter, that's what it is. 70 steps. Then you're going to see at 4:02 a.m. another 70 steps. Then at 4:42, the time frame in which he's sending that drop pin to 4:53 a.m., you're going to see 1,397 steps. You will see this data showing the defendant had the phone and was using it. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the things that I have to prove is the defendant committed the crime. And to do that, the state intends to show the evidence that the phone was there at the murder scene, and there were no other phones there. There is no one else out there at 4 in the morning. So to do that, the state has to convince each and every one of you that this was the phone of the defendant. You'll see in the messages and the contents of those messages him identifying himself. This is Melly, giving out that phone number to multiple people as being his phone number. 772-713-9807. And to further prove that, the state is going to show you the Instagram, the Facebook, the Snapchat. Because contrary to popular belief, Snapchat doesn't disappear. And detectives were able to write a search warrant and get contents of Snapchat. And there are things that are there, and there are things that are not. And so, ladies and gentlemen, specifically, the Instagram, the defendant, during the course of the months of October of 2018 through December of 2018, gives out his phone number 15 times. Says, this is me, and all during the same time frame of October 26th of 2018, he's giving out that phone number. So one of the other elements that you heard about initially was that this was committed by a criminal gang member in furtherance of a criminal gang. So what you will learn from the evidence, from the Instagram, from the private messages, was that Jamell Demons is a member of the G Shine Blood set. This is not a stage personality. This is not an actor that's playing a character. This was his real life. Ladies and gentlemen, you will see that as soon as October 24th, 2 days before the homicide, Jamell Demons is learning the oath of loyalty to the G-Shine blood set. You're going to see things in these messages that will be indicative of blood membership. For example, anytime a word would normally be spelled with a C, as in Charlie, they don't use that. They replace it with the letter B. So instead of saying, I'm at the crib, they say, I'm at the brib. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because C is associated with cribs. B is for bloods. So if you look through all the messages, you will notice time and time again, Jamell Demons is dropping C's and using B's. And you're going to see pictures, you're going to see videos of the defendant doing something called stacking, which is a way to show a gang affiliation and to broadcast it to the world. And this is not just in music videos. This is not just in lyrics, because we're not going to get into that. That's artistic expression. That's not why we are here today. We are here because the defendant murdered 2 individuals. So in summary, the last thing I want to tell you that the evidence will show is that in the Instagram, because the defendant had a moderate social media following at the time of these events, people are reaching out to him. Some fans, some friends, some associates. You'll see on October 26th, after about 8 a.m. in the morning, Eastern time, multiple messages are coming in. Messages are coming in from individuals checking to see if he's okay, if he's been injured in this drive-by. If it's true that Anthony Williams, who's also sometimes referred to as Sack, and Chris Thomas, who is referred to as Doobie, are really dead. One individual, and specifically, sends out, and I want to quote the message exactly that you will hear, and says, right after this, yo homie, you good? Let me know something. And so, ladies and gentlemen, this is where context matters. What does that mean? If you work at Google and you say, my whole floor is coding, that's a good thing. If you work at Broward General Hospital and you say, my whole floor is coding, that is a bad thing. The context around the messages matters. So in the context of this message, this individual is reaching out, asking if Mr. Demons is good, after he's been tagged in multiple social media posts about this drive-through, this shooting. And Mr. Demons responds very succinctly, I did that. Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of the evidence, the state is confident that you will find the defendant guilty as charged of the first-degree murder of Christopher Thomas and Anthony Williams. Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Mr. Howard?
We have 5 minutes.
You recess? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess. Do not discuss the case, don't form any opinion about the case. Allow us to discuss the case in the button. Certain no research will be noted on the chair. Thank you.
That's the one good thing that I do like about the rewatches, that you can watch them at the time that you want to watch them, at the speed you want to watch them. You don't have to worry about any breaks, none of that. You can just kind of like go through the trial and actually get to the meat and the potatoes of it. Oh, I hope he get on the microphone. That's not me. That's him.
That is riddled with reasonable doubt. That is founded on an incompetent and incomplete investigation and the exercise of poor judgment at every turn. The state cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt the allegations that they have made. And there is a reason for that. If you recall, Ms. Bradley, some of you may recall, during jury selection, going to great lengths to let you know that she does not have to prove motive. And she's right about that. The law doesn't require her to prove motive. But you know what does require motive? a young man to wake up one day and decide that he's going to kill two of his best friends. Best friends that he grew up with, best friends that he hangs out with, best friends who he lives with, best friends whose careers he was trying to launch alongside his own. They have no reason for why he would do this, because there is no reason. And if there's no reason, it doesn't make sense. And if after 4 years of investigation, the state comes and says, hey, he killed two of his friends, his best friends, and you're wondering why, and their answer is, oh, I don't know. That's the first indication that they're just guessing and don't know what they're talking. And that, ladies and gentlemen, by itself is reasonable doubt. Why he would commit such a heinous crime against his own two best friends for no reason. What happened here is that lead detective, Detective Murray, saw a video of Mr. Demons getting into a car 40 plus minutes before bodies were found in that car. And then he discovered that Mr. Demons was a rising star. And from that point on, he decided he's the only person that could have committed this crime. Because if you're involved in prosecuting a star, you become a star. This was his big break. And he had tunnel vision. He zeroed in on this person, this young man, as the only possible perpetrator of that crime, to the exclusion of all other leads and evidence. There's a difference between cases that are investigated and cases that are fabricated. When a case is investigated, the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and all its energy to identify leads and run them to ground. When a case is fabricated, first a target is chosen, and then the state uses all its resources, its investigators, its experts, and its energy to run that target into the ground. That's what occurred here, and there's a reason why I say that. There are a number of leads that you will discover that were identified by the officers, but were either completely ignored or given short shrift. I'm going to let you know, run through a few of them by way of example. Let's start with the most obvious. Cortland Henry. Ms. Bradley started her opening statement by describing some of the lies that he told, as though to impute them to Mr. Demons. Those were not Mr. Demons' lies, those were his lies. Cortland Henry shows up at Memorial Hospital, Miramar. You don't see him sitting there, but where you will see him sitting is in the driver's seat of a car with two dead bodies, a car riddled with bullets. And when he shows up with a change of clothing, change of shirt, gunpowder residue on his hands, evidencing that he had discharged a firearm. And he lies. He lies about where the incident occurred. He lies about how it occurred. And he lies about not having a phone. I think it was Miss Bradley herself who said, everybody has a phone in the pocket, not Cortland Henry. There were 3 phones in that car. There were 3 people in that car. So they take him at his word, despite suspicious circumstances, and they let him go on his way. They soon discover that he's lying about the location of this incident, and they went back to him, and they labeled him a victim. And they said, we know you're scared. Tell us what happened. He lies to them again. They let him go. And they know where he went. They know the location that he went. They know the house that he went to right after. And any investigator worth his salt would have thought to maybe execute a search warrant on that location to see if you find any bloody clothes, any DNA, any blood, a weapon maybe. You guys are probably familiar with the series First 48. That's founded on the proposition that if you botch an investigation within the first 48 hours, you've pretty much botched it for good. It's 48 months plus later. They still haven't served a search warrant on that location. Why? Moretti already had his man. What's the point of an investigation? To find out what happened. He's using all his resources to try and prove what he has already concluded did happen. So, after Cortland Henry, lead number 2, a gentleman named Montrell Roll, and his sister, Nia Hewitt. Who were they? Well, another police department came into possession of jail calls between those two that occurred within 3 days after the murders, and discussed what they described as intimate details of the murders. Intimate details means details that are not in the public domain. So 3 days after, these two people are discussing the details of a murder. They go out and interview Miss Hewitt. They don't interview Mr. Roll. And they ask her, well, how did you know all these intimate details? Oh, I heard it, something to the effect of I had word on the street. Doesn't say when she heard it. Doesn't say who she heard it from. Case closed. They move on. That's lead number 2. That was ignored. Then there's Robert Coburn. Who is he? He's a gentleman that owns a social media account by the name of Backwards. This social media account, almost immediately, within days after these murders, posts this message: LOL, we killed 2 of your neighbors. Oh, really? Took him 7 months to go and talk to Mr. Coburn, the owner of this account, that posts what amounts to an unequivocal confession to involvement in that murder, in those murders. 7 months. Why? Moretti already had his guy. And when they go and talk to Mr. Coburn, what does he say? He said, oh, I created that account and I sold it for $20 to somebody else. Who'd you sell it to? Oh, I can't remember. Were you at the murder scene? No. Did you do it? No. Case closed. That's it. No more investigation. It would occur to a reasonable person, let alone a seasoned investigator acting in good faith. Why would somebody buy an Instagram account when you can create one for free on your own? If not to hide your identity. And if somebody goes to the trouble of buying an Instagram account to hide their identity and then confesses to a murder that you're investigating, maybe you ought to go and figure out who that person is and talk to them. And maybe there is no such person. Maybe it was not sold. Why would somebody create an Instagram account and sell it for $20? And if he's in the business of doing that, that's of interest. And how would anybody know to go to him to buy an Instagram account? These are all unanswered questions. No investigation. Case closed. Let's move on. David Hedgepath. Who is he, you might wonder? He had a Twitter account called Crucial Almighty. He posts a confession to this murder. Something to the effect of, we coming at that Jeep. Can't remember the quote. You're going to hear about it. And essentially, it was a confession to involvement in the murders. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. They knew about it 1.5 years earlier. It took them 1.5 years to go and talk to him. Why do you do that unless you've already concluded that you know who committed the crime? You've already determined who your defendant will be. And when they go to this young man and ask him, well, actually before, this is a year and a half before, they said, oh, we've determined that he was just trying to start an internet beef to advance his career. Who told him that? Without talking to a soul. So it took them a year and a half to go down there and track him down. And when they do go and track him down, they say, hey, did you commit the murder? No. Were you in the area? No. Where were you? Oh, I could have been at work. At work where? Any one of 3 places. Okay, could you give me your work schedule? As though that would prove anything. He said, well, I can get it now. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Just email it to me. Really? And he doesn't even do that. There is no report that he even follows up and sends them an email of this mysterious work schedule proving that he wasn't at the location. They conclude, oh, he's not there. Wasn't him. Case closed. Is that how we do this now? That's not all. There are several other people who are potential suspects who were not tracked down. You are going to hear about them during the course of this trial. But beyond that, 3 years after arresting this young man and sticking him in a cell, the state looks at its case and says, oh man, this looks a little incompetent. Miramar police seems to have botched this investigation, and they call the Broward Sheriff's Office and ask them to come and look at the investigation upon which this entire prosecution rests. And he looks at it, and he says he instantly knew he had to start from scratch. I think his words were, it was the worst thing I had seen in my life. This is the Broward Sheriff's Office evaluating the work product of the Miramar Police Department. And we have problems with the Broward Sheriff's Office redo as well, but you're going to hear about that during the course of this trial. Ladies and gentlemen, the murder of anybody and the murder of these 2 young men was a tragedy. You're not here to solve a crime. That's their job, and they have watched it. Jurors often get confused as to their mission. You can't do a job unless you know what that job is. Every civil society needs to have a prosecutorial arm prosecuting crimes and offenses. That's a noble pursuit. There's nothing wrong with that. And every country does it. In some countries, the prosecutor decides who the person is, they send a cop to go and arrest them, they throw him in jail, that's the end of it. We don't do that in this country. What we do is we ask, are you sure about what you're talking about? That's the purpose of this proceeding. You're not here to judge Mr. Demons. You're here to judge the sufficiency of the state's case. That is your assignment. You're not here for a show to see who you like more. There are 2 grades, beyond a reasonable doubt and not guilty. A+, everything else is an F. There's no A's, there's no A minuses. You are akin to an FDA lab. Imagine a company saying, we're going to put on the market fat-free milk. And the lab, their mission is to determine whether or not there is fat in the milk. And what do they look for? They don't look for milk. They look for fat. The state is telling you they have a state that is free of reasonable doubt. You're not here looking for proof. You're here looking for doubt. And if you're off looking for the wrong thing, you're going to miss what you are here to look for. They have no motive. Their entire case is hinged upon technology of a phone they claim to have been in Mr. Demons' possession. What they fail to tell you is that they come across evidence that Mr. Demons got out of that car before this incident. They ignore that because it's not consistent with their feet. What they fail to tell you is that phone comes back to the name of somebody other than Jamell Demons. What they forgot to tell you is that their own witness will tell you that, yes, that phone and Mr. Williams' phone and a number of other phones were all in the same account, and all of the people in the house used to use them interchangeably. But they're assigning it to him because that is consistent with their theory. They don't follow leads. They have no motive. Investigation was botched. Investigation, as a matter of fact, is still going on as we speak, up to a couple months ago. Yet they're here telling you they have proof beyond reasonable doubt. And what you're still investigating for. The job of the state is to prove it beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. And if you're a reasonable person and you have doubt, that's reasonable doubt. There's a song called Things That Make You Go, If you say, that's reasonable doubt. You do not. Ms. Bradley is charming. She's good at her job in some respects. But this is not a popularity contest. We don't give, hey, good effort. We don't give participation awards. This man's life is hanging in the balance. And if there is a scintilla of reasonable doubt, you must have the courage to speak up and say so. You're not here to judge him. You're here to judge the sufficiency of their case. They have a big task in front of them. Should probably get to it.
Mr. Howard, thank you.
See right there, I love how y'all see how he ended that? You like that? You like that, Lynn? Did you like that, Lynn? You caught that, Lynn? Oh gosh, I like how he did that. He said they got a big task to do. I should let them get to it. Oh my. I love it. I love it. I love it. See, I can get with that. Like, I like stuff like that. Like, they got a big task to do. Let them get to it. He just as smooth as he want to be when he said that. Oh, wow. Yes. Oh, Marilla talk about my Aaron Hernandez. Oh, gosh. I was so heartbroken by that case. I couldn't understand. I watch it over and over on Netflix. I just keep doing it over and over. Oh gosh, even the trial. We got sisters against sisters. That one wouldn't be a bad trial that I wouldn't mind watching over again too. Oh, I was so peed off at him. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, and it kind of reminds me, kind of sort of, not the same thing, but kind of the same thing. You know, because he ended up going on trial for something else, another crime after that. The Aaron Hernandez trial, the football player, the Patriots player that unalived somebody. Well, he got convicted of unaliving somebody. He went to jail. Yeah, I would like to rewatch that trial. I'll put that one on our next one because I deeply was involved with that. I kept watching all Netflix specials, like I was tormenting myself trying to figure out how to get him out of that mess. It was good. The trial was good. And just even putting the sisters against each other, like that, and beautiful family, wonderful career, had all that money. I'm like, oh my gosh, how did you do that? And it was like they can't leave the hood alone. Like he just couldn't, and I couldn't understand why. And everything was on camera. It was just so disgusting. Oh my. Yeah, I will put that on our rewatch thing. The reason why I decided to go ahead and rewatch this one, if y'all didn't catch it earlier, is this case is going to trial next week for the witness tampering portion. This is the one that Lisa actually joined us from, the defense attorney over at the Florida Law Group. She came over and hung out with us and explained some of the motions and things. The witness tampering case starts on the 21st, which is next week. And then on the 20th, they do have like a pre-hearing schedule for some motions that we need to continue, that they need to finish up. So I figured it would be a good way, since court was canceled, for us to go back and actually look at how we got into this witness tampering case. So, yeah, I will look up the Aaron Hernandez thing and we will cover that, because I forgot about that. That case right there, oh, my heart sinks every time. The baby, she an older girl now. Yeah, and the girl she didn't went and got on, but it's Cheyenne. Like, look, I know them by their names. Oh gosh, I don't know. That says a lot about me. But okay, cool beans. Well, let's go back in. I love the way this defense attorney did his opening statements. I like the prosecutor's opening statements. They do got a big task to do, but you remember, if nobody knows, if this is your first time watching it, I won't spoil anything for you. But let's go ahead and continue to watch. Darius. What team did he play for? Did he play for the Cavs? Yeah, a lot of them do that, and I just can't understand why. So, like, when people like this, okay, yeah, Pretty Brown, you know I'm from Cleveland, so I kind of know a little bit about the Cavs. Okay, all right. Is he going on trial? Like, it's a lot of cases. Like, I'm into the ones with the stars and stuff and the football players. Like, I watched the Steve McNair one, even though that one didn't go to trial, but just the dynamics behind it, like, it is like, oh my gosh. But let's go in. We'll finish. The one good thing about this is, like I said, we have the opportunity where we can go past stuff, we can skip stuff. So in order to get through the testimony. But let's see what we have.
Are you ready to proceed? You want to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Officer Jessica Amenger.
Yes, good morning, you are. Ms. Jessica Amenger. Welcome. Come on, good as you always say. What I'd like you to do is remain standing for a bit. You put your things down. Thank you. Just raise your right hand as best you can.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
You state your full legal name for the record.
Full name is Jessica Hyatt Amenger. Can you spell it as well?
Yes, first and last, please.
First is going to be Jessica. Last name Amenger.
Thank you.
Please have a seat. Ms. Amenger, that microphone doesn't move back and forth, it will only adjust up or down.
Okay.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury and tell them where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Officer Jessica Amenger. I work for Miramar PD in Broward County, State of Florida.
Okay. And how long have you been employed by the Miramar Police Department?
A total of 11 years. 5 years I was a community service aide, which is a non-sole position, and then 6 years now I'm a sworn law enforcement officer.
And what were some of your duties as a service aide, a non-sworn officer?
So primarily respond to basic criminal investigations as well as traffic crashes, missing persons reports, lost property reports, basic thefts, and then the traffic crashes, with injuries, without injuries, and then actually I was able to get my traffic homicide certification. So any traffic crashes were responded into Serious bodily injury or death, that's fine as well.
And can you tell us about your training experience within the 6 years that you've been a sworn officer?
So 6 years, basic law enforcement police academy, several classes including field training officer and training officers as they get hired. Continued my traffic homicide investigation courses, fraud investigation, injury and death investigation, case preparation, a number of certifications I have for professional development classes, as well as my 4-year bachelor's degree in criminal justice from FIU.
Okay. And back on October 26th of 2018, you were employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your duties as a police officer, do you often conduct detail or work details?
Yes, so as a police officer, I'm allowed to work off-duty security details at various locations in the city. So if a business is having an increase in burglaries, for example, they'll pay for an officer to sit in the parking lot to prevent and deter crime. At the hospital, we're preventing services in the lobbies. Newborn abductions, for example, anything that would occur at these kind of soft targets, there's one officer stand by to prevent things from happening, and then obviously anything was transpired, call for additional resources to the system.
And so back on October 26th of 2018, where were you working in detail?
Memorial Hospital, Miramar.
And where's that hospital located?
The emergency room is at 1901 Southwest 162nd Avenue.
Okay, and what city and county is that in?
City of Miramar, County of Broward.
And are you generally familiar with the area of the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of give us a brief geography of the area, the main intersections and the highways?
So the hospital sits on the corner of 162nd Avenue and Pembroke Road on the southeast corner. We border with Pines on the north side. So, and the ER faces Pembroke Road.
All right, and where are you sitting or where are you working when you're working your detail inside the emergency room?
So as soon as you pull into the emergency room, right at the security desk, there's 2 entrances or 2 doors that goes with the same vestibule. There's one side for the pediatrics and one side for the adults. So as soon as you walk into the door, sitting right in the middle at the security desk.
Okay. And so on October 26th of 2018, while you were working your shift, do you recall a time where a black male approached you?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury his general demeanor?
So I'm sitting at the ER desk and he comes running inside to my left, so the pediatric entrance, and he's very excited, like heightened state of alert, something traumatic or something just happened. And he's like, hey, they just shot my car, they shot my friends, like I need help, come help me. That was the initial interaction.
And based on his statement, how do you proceed?
So as soon as I walk out the ER and I see the vehicle had multiple bullet holes on the side, I immediately radio in for additional resources because beyond my scope, I can handle by myself. And then asking, hey, I need additional officers as soon as possible, urgently to respond to the hospital. A vehicle that's been involved in the shooting, you can see the multiple bullet holes, and then looking inside the vehicle and see 2 responsive males. So I advise have possible dead persons as well.
Okay, so let's break that down. You're sitting at the security desk inside the ER. This male approaches you, and based on that contact, you exit the ER.
Yes.
Correct? Where was that vehicle that you just described located?
So imagine I'm sitting at the desk at this, and there's door here, door here. So he comes to this door on the left. As soon as I walk out that same door he came through, the vehicle's parked in the drive-through lane. I can see the right side of the vehicle.
Okay, so it was immediately apparent upon you exiting the ER?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what type of vehicle was this?
It was a blue Jeep SUV.
Okay, and you said that the vehicle was riddled with bullets, if that was your statement.
We have several bullet holes on the right side.
Okay, on the right side of the vehicle.
Yes.
And you mentioned that there were some individuals inside. How many people occupied the vehicle at the time when you saw it?
One gentleman in the front passenger seat and one in the rear right passenger seat.
And when you approached the vehicle, was it apparent their condition?
Yes, they weren't moving.
Okay, how so were you able to, I guess, determine whether or not they were injured?
So immediately looking on the vehicle and just the fact that there were multiple bullet holes inside, they weren't moving. Somebody was able for me to help them. They'd be in obvious pain, screaming, moaning, and there's nothing.
Did you attempt to render aid?
Yes. So I immediately, after waiting in for assistance and letting the security guard, that's hey, I need doctors and nurses and everything to come out to help me. Put on gloves and reach inside the front passenger seat and check the pulse of the right wrist and didn't find anything.
Okay. Upon you doing that, you mentioned that you already called. Did you call for assistance for law enforcement from Miramar Police Department?
Yes, immediately.
And then, besides your attempt to render aid, did medical personnel eventually come out and attempt to assist the victims?
Yes, no, definitely.
Were you present for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you present when they took the victims inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately? And where was the black male subject that initially approached you at this point?
So right as soon as you walk in, we park the vehicle, there's a decent sized sidewalk area for people to pick whichever door they want to go in. There's also a park bench. So while talking to him and trying to radio in and get information where this could have occurred, some information, where any other additional resources to go, he's standing next to me in that area, and at one point I just have him sit down because he's just so all over the place.
Did he ultimately identify himself to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the name that he provided?
I believe it's Cortland Henry.
And did he tell you where the circumstances surrounding how he ended up at the hospital?
So he advised he just left the studio with his friends in Fort Lauderdale, and that he wasn't familiar with the area, but he had just gotten off the highway because they're staying at a home somewhere near the hospital. After he got off the highway, he stopped at a light, and then the car, he couldn't tell me exactly what kind of car it was, just started shooting at his vehicle. So he multiple times reenacting a story. He's going like this because he's saying that he had to duck down in the driver's seat as he was driving to avoid being hit.
And again, along those lines, you said that it was immediately apparent as to the other victims inside the vehicle. Were you able to observe any injuries to Portland Henry?
No.
Were you able to observe any blood?
No. I actually told him several times he was lucky because for that many bullet holes, I was surprised he didn't get hit.
And you had worked with detail at Miramar Hospital prior to October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you generally familiar with their video surveillance system?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had a chance prior to today to review the video surveillance?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing the closing counsel what's been pre-marked as state's A for identification. Officer, do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
My initials are on the top there.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the events that occurred on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
Any alterations or deletions based on your?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state conclusions to evidence what was pre-marked as states A, as states 1.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. It will be admitted. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, this video has been accepted into evidence. Witnesses may testify about or refer to this or any other items of evidence during the remainder of the trial. This and all other items of evidence received in evidence will be available to you for your examination during your deliberations at the end of the trial.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may publish. You lights in, Counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me. Can you see? Can you tilt the screen?
Yes, sir.
Hold on.
And officer, before I play the video, I see that there are two angles present. The Pembroke West entrance, can you tell the jury, orient us to where that view would be?
So yes, so the hospital sits on the southeast corner of Pembroke Road and 162nd Avenue. So the hospital has multiple entrances to get to the properties, like ER building on the north side and a medical office building on the south side. So this entrance that you're seeing now is actually facing Pembroke Road. You would go south to go to the ER from Pembroke.
I'm publishing now, Pembroke West entrance. And officer, so we don't have to go through the entire video. Did you recognize the vehicle that just entered the hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that the vehicle that you observed, that you testified to earlier?
Yes, ma'am.
Going to publish the outside ER entrance. What are we seeing on the screen right now?
So this is the sidewalk portion I was telling you about. Immediately on the bottom left corner of the screen, where you see those white dashes, that's where the cars drive through. The dashes are for when the pedestrians are walking across into the ER. Then there's a sidewalk portion, there's the two doors of the ER. The left door on the left side of the video is the ER adult entrance, and the right is the pediatric entrance, but it's one big area. And then in the middle is the park bench. Right behind that glass is security desk. I'm sitting in the middle of both of those doors.
And that subject that we see in the video,
That's the gentleman that was me.
continuing to publish. I'm going to pause the video at 4:36 and 11 seconds. We see a second individual in the video frame. Can you recognize that person?
Yeah, that's me.
Publishing, continue. I'm gonna pause the video at 4:36:51. Is this the, where you indicated to us earlier that you had him sit down, Cortland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we can't see the Jeep in the video frame, is that correct?
Yes,
The Jeep would be located at the bottom left, my left of the
Yes.
screen?
yes,
Okay. And I noticed that you approached and you were talking to something. What was that?
that's my authority.
Okay. Was that your, how you were able to request assistance?
Yes, ma'am.
Continuing to publish.
That's me telling security guard I need medical staff. And put envelopes to check ripples.
And I see you're continuing to talk to that subject that you identified as Cortland Henry.
Yes, ma'am.
And I see at this point, it looks like some other officers are responding.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those officers at the Miramar Police Department itself?
Yes, ma'am. That's going to be Officer Natasha Torres. And that's going to be Officer Hedgen.
Now, officer, I noticed that you continue to speak with Cortland Henry throughout the duration of the video. Why is it important that you were speaking with him?
So, trying to establish where this actually occurred. I'm asking him, he told me stories, he's not familiar with the area. So every time you see him going like this, he's finishing the story, but every time I'm asking him, trying to ask him, do you recognize certain landmarks? And obviously, we worked in the city for a while, so I'm very familiar with geography. There's several highways that go through the city. So I'm asking him, typically, asking him about these landmarks, to narrow down which highway he actually came off of.
And was that information ultimately information that was conveyed to you, conveyed to the other Miramar police officers?
Yes, so that particular night, the way our schedule works, it's an overlap of both of our overnight shifts. So at that point, you have about approximately anywhere from 15 to 20 officers working the road. So because of that nature of the call, the entire city will respond to various job duties. So several will come to the actual hospitals, work that crime scene, and as well as the primary officer to take over the investigation and detectives. And you have everybody else canvassing for evidence. So we have east to west, State Road 7, University, there's an exit for the turnpike, there's an exit for the turnpike on Red Road, and then I-75 and US 27. So everybody that wouldn't be at the hospital will be canvassing those intersections of major highways, see if they can find shell casings that would be evidentiary of where this occurred.
Okay. And did you remain on scene even after the video ended, the duration of the video, where other police officers arrived?
Yes, so my detail work is until 6 a.m. and this happened at 4 and change, so I'll be there until 6.
Were you charged with any other investigative duties?
No.
So this ends your involvement in the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, no further questions.
Any questions?
Yes.
Officer, when this person you've identified as Mr. Henry came in, did you notice that he was wearing a black hoodie?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that whatever he said would be documented in your report. Is that correct?
What it said initially, yes.
And the questions that you asked him, he would document his responses if he said anything, correct?
Whatever you responded to, I read to put out evidentiary wise, I put it on the radio, but I did not write a complete report of our entire dialogue. No.
You did not.
Our entire dialogue, no.
You did not document the location or streets, signs in your report?
I didn't know exactly where this took place, so whatever I could put on the radio for the officers to canvas, I did.
Approximately what time was Mr. Henry taken to a patient room?
I don't know.
Were you aware he was taken to a patient room?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what officers or what doctors saw him?
No, sir.
Were you present when Mr. Henry left the hospital?
No, sir.
Are you aware that he left the hospital?
Eventually, I assume he had to leave the hospital. I don't know exactly what time he left the hospital.
When this vehicle first arrived, it was nighttime, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time did you get off?
6 a.m.
Was it still dark outside?
I don't recall.
Do you recall anybody or any persons arriving other than police officers?
It's a hospital. They remember them shutting down the ER because of the situation. So anybody would be routed through the main hospital entrance to in and out. But in terms of law enforcement staff, you have other officers, detectives, crime scene techs.
I'm primarily asking you, by the time you got off at 6 a.m., did you see any civilians, not police officers, any civilians arrive at the hospital?
I don't recall. But if they did, they could have been rerouted to the front.
Okay, but to your knowledge, there were no civilians that came where you were, correct?
Inside the crime scene?
No, inside the hospital, where we saw Mr. Henry walking towards your desk. Words to that.
So like I explained, the hospital entrance, the ER was shut down because of the nature of the crime scene. So it's still hospitals. Anybody who Googles it, it's open. So any civilians could have walked into the ER and were rerouted to the front, but I wasn't in charge of the crime scene. I have no idea if anybody passed the threshold of the crime scene taken to that particular
The
area.
crime scene was the Jeep.
The drive-through, so including the Jeep.
Was the crime scene also inside the hospital where Mr. Cortland Henry was?
Yeah, the whole ER was shut down
Okay, so in other words, no one was allowed in that area that we saw.
unless they were needing emergency care. That would go to another room, but the ER was shut down.
So I'm real clear. Do you know the names of all, did you document the names of all the officers and detectives that responded?
No, I didn't.
So we're perfectly clear. Could you stand up? Come on. You didn't see this young man getting out of the Jeep at any time, correct?
No, sir.
Can I have one moment?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Council's any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Officer, when you're speaking into your radio or speaking to dispatch, is that logged in any manner?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that called?
That's the central dispatch radio traffic. It's called a record, so anybody can request it, but it's documented.
So everything you were saying or everything you communicated from what Mr. Henry told you would be documented in your dispatch log.
Yes, ma'am.
The crime scene log that council just referred to as, were you charged? Was that one of your tasks that you were assigned?
No, ma'am.
In fact, you weren't assigned any duties, correct?
No, ma'am.
Your job began and ended with your detail and assisting the gentleman in leaking in Mr. Cortland Henry.
Yes,
Nothing further.
Council, thank you. Is this witness excused?
Yes,
Oh, you missed that down, thank you. I'll go ahead, please.
sir. Typical John Ketchum.
Good morning, are you John Hedge?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, this is our witness stand. Come on up here for a second. When you get here, just remain standing. Raise your right hand, be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Better.
Please state your full name.
Full name is John Hedgen,
Please spell your first and last name.
John, and last name is Hettchen.
Have a seat. That microphone in front of you, do not move back or forth. Before it just goes up or down, just up or down.
Yes, sir.
You all set?
Yes, sir.
Councilman?
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Hudson. How are you today?
Good morning, Harry.
Very well, thank you for asking. Where do you work?
I'm currently employed with Boca Raton Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Boca Raton Police Department?
going on 4 years.
What hats have you worn at Boca?
When I first started, I was assigned to road patrol, and now I'm assigned to their tactical team.
Prior to joining the Boca Raton Police Department, have you had any other law enforcement experience?
Yes, with Miramar Police Department,
How long were you with Miramar Police Department?
a little over 2 years.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the type of training and education you had before becoming a police officer with Miramar?
Yes, I went through the academy, did 6 months in the academy. Once I got out of the academy, did 3 to 4 months on FTO with Miramar Police Department, and then throughout my time with them, in-service training, which is additional training, on top of all that stuff.
Any particular reason for switching to the Boca Raton Police Department?
Just personal reasons.
Back on October 26th of 2018, were you employed by Miramar Police Department?
Yes,
What was your job description?
road patrol.
Do you remember what shift you were working?
Yes, night shift.
And can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the alpha or night shift?
Night shift, called midnights. I worked from 9 p.m. to 7 in the morning.
On October 26th of 2018, do you have an infusion to respond to Memorial Miramar Hospital?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
That was my assigned zone for the night. So I had to respond to that.
If you can explain to the ladies and gentlemen what you mean by assigned zone.
Each officer is assigned a zone for a specific area in the city. And Memorial Regional, or Miramar Memorial, happened to be my zone.
Do you recall about what time you arrived at the hospital?
Around 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, what did you see?
When I got there, I saw an SUV in the Sally Port area of the entrance of the hospital, the emergency bay. The doors were open to the vehicle. So I got out of the vehicle. I immediately saw the hospital staff running back and forth to the vehicle. So I went over to assist them. I got to the vehicle. I saw 2 victims, one in the right passenger seat, one in the back right passenger seat, appeared to be suffering from gunshot wounds. So what I did is assist hospital staff with quickly getting them to the stretcher and into the hospital to receive medical treatment.
After you did that, what was your job assignment there at the hospital?
After that, I stayed by the vehicle. At that point, we had a crime scene. So I started a crime scene log and stayed by the vehicle to make sure no one tampered with anything or anything of that nature.
When you said you started a crime scene log, you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is and how it works.
Crime scene log, basically, for this particular incident, one of the officers that arrives on scene, preferably one of the first officers that arrives on scene, starts a log. The log basically starts logging people in and out that who enter the crime scene. The crime scene being, we'll set up crime scene tape. If anyone enters the tape, will get logged.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of that crime scene log with you?
Yes, I do.
Could you be so kind as to name the individuals that are documented on your crime scene log?
Yes. First officer would be Officer Megwar.
When you do the documentation, do you put the times at which they enter and leave?
Yes.
Do you put a reason as to why they are
on the crime scene?
Yes, yes.
Okay. As to Officer Anna Gore, what time did she arrive?
I believe she was already on scene. She was a detail officer, so on the actual crime scene, I just have to list as the detail officer.
And the next officer that is documented.
Officer Torres,
After that,
myself,
after that,
Officer Cox,
after that.
Officer Luna.
And in terms of the time frame that we're at now, are we still before 5 a.m.?
Yes.
So after Officer Luna, who's next?
Officer Malad,
Who else?
Officer Valdez,
Then the next person on the list, who is that?
Holly Henderson, who is a security officer.
Do you document that purpose there?
Yes.
With regards to the time out, for Officer Anna Gore, do you document on there what time she left at?
I believe she stayed past the time I was there. I was relieved by another officer on scene who took over the crime scene.
And do you recall about what time you turned over the crime scene?
I believe it was around 6:30.
Can you tell based on the handwriting on the log as to which entries are yours and which are from someone else?
Yes.
So continuing on to the next officer or employee of Miramar Police Department that you documented on the crime scene log, who is that?
Sergeant Step.
And what purpose is Sergeant Step in there for?
I believe he was one of the sergeants working at the time, and he was part of the investigation.
And the next individual that you documented?
Sergeant Bermudez,
After that,
Sergeant Worth,
and who?
Officer Herrera,
After that, the next two detectives, who did you document?
Detective Bertland, and Detective Moretti.
And as to those two detectives, what are the times of arrival for Bertrand?
Time in is 5:53, and Detective Moretti was at 6:02.
After that, there's another officer that's listed. Who comes next?
Officer Campbell,
After Officer Campbell, is that still all in your handwriting or is that going to someone else?
I believe this goes to someone else.
Okay. So you stop at Detective Moretti at 6:02 a.m.
Yes.
So in terms of the crime scene, you said it was the area around the Jeep. Do you document each and every individual who's coming into the hospital?
No, I do not.
What types of things do you do to ensure scene security?
Crime scene tape, making sure people don't cross the crime scene tape, and then in and out of the hospital.
Did any civilians try and cross the crime scene tape while you were there on the outside?
There may be one or two that came up that we told them they can't come through.
And when I say civilians, are you including in that definition medical personnel and hospital staff?
Yes.
Any statements or recollection that you have of any interaction with Courtroom Henry, the driver of that vehicle?
I do not believe I had any conversations.
No further questions, Madam?
Others, thank you, officer, this witness?
One question, can I do it from here?
Yes, sir.
When you left at 6:45, roughly, it was still dark outside, wasn't it?
I don't recall.
Fair enough. Thank you.
And redirect,
No, no.
is this witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, you may step down.
Having a good old time. He just a laugh and everything at this trial. Oh gosh. He been in jail all this time, y'all. So although they're on the morning break, we don't have to be on the morning break with them.
Ladies and gentlemen, jury, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, in your absence, I gather you leave two transfers on your chairs. We're going to get to those in a few moments. When it's appropriate, I'll ask you to open those up, and I'll have an instruction to read before we do that. But at this time, I'm going to ask the state to call its next witness.
Hector Bertrand, Your Honor.
Mr. Bertrand, please. Good morning, you are Hector Bertrand?
Yes, sir.
Welcome, come on up here, please. When you get to that witness stand, just remain standing, raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
So state your full legal name for the record.
Hector Bertrand,
Spell
Jr.,
your first and last name for the court.
Hector, E as in boy, Ertrand.
Thank you, please be seated. Bertrand, that microphone in front of you, only adjust up or down, not back and forth, all right? See a little too high? All set, ready to go? Now you may.
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Retired detective, homicide detective, Hector Bertrand, Vermont Police Department.
Congratulations on your retirement. How long have you been retired?
About 2.5 years,
Prior to that, how long did you work for the Miramar Police Department?
28 years.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the different hats you wore while employed for the Miramar Police Department?
Initially, after graduating the academy, I did a couple years in road patrol. Then there was a position open in Detective Bureau as like a training position that was going to be for 6 months and then go back to road. I never left the Detective Bureau. I did a couple years in juvenile and sex crimes. I did 10 years in undercover narcotics. And then the last 15 years was in homicide.
During the course of your time in the homicide unit, how many cases were you involved in the investigation of?
A lot.
Is there
I couldn't give you a number. A lot.
more than 100?
Yes.
With regards to the homicide unit back in October 26th of 2018, were you employed with the Miramar Police Department then?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen a little bit about the training and education classes you take while you're preparing yourself as a homicide detective.
I've taken a lot of classes. I couldn't name them all, but anywhere from in the narcotics, surveillance, court, advanced basic homicide, advanced homicide, some forensic classes, crime scene reconstruction, things like that.
So during your attention to October 26th of 2018, did you have an occasion to become involved in a Miramar police case investigation documented under Miramar case number 18-10-06269?
I did.
What was your role?
Initially, I was called out as primary detective, but we kind of had an agreement within our unit because I was only 2 years away from retiring, that any cases that would get assigned to me, that one of the other detectives would take over it and that I would assist to avoid having to come back. Well, it didn't work out.
So you still come back and testify in all your old cases?
Yes.
Okay. So detective, do you live locally still?
No.
I'm not gonna ask you. So going forward, do you remember about what time you got called out?
5 o'clock in the morning.
What types of procedures are in place? How do you get called out?
Typically, it's I would either get a call from the sergeant or I get a call from our dispatcher at the PD. In this case, I got a call from Sergeant Shaw.
Okay, once you get that phone call, how long do you have before you respond to the scene?
There's no real set time. It's just, from wherever you're at, you try to, put some clothes on and or shower, so and then prepare to go. So I think it took me like about 45 minutes to get to the scene.
Okay, when you arrived on the scene, who else was there?
Prior to going out to the scene, I actually called Detective Moretti, advised him that I had got called out, and so at that point, so that he could take the lead in the investigation. So when I got there, I got to the hospital. It was the first place I got there. There were some officers there at the scene, at the hospital. I spoke to them, got briefed. Detective Moretti showed up shortly thereafter.
Okay, with regards to individuals that you made contact with that were not law enforcement, do you remember speaking with an individual named Cortland Henry?
I did.
That statement of Mr. Henry, how many times did you speak with him?
I spoke to him twice. Both times were recorded. At some point towards the end of the first one, don't know if I got called out to something else or I just briefly walked away, turned off the recorder. Then I came back, asked a few more questions just to verify location, and wish I recorded that portion, but it was very short, maybe a couple minutes.
So I want to go back to the set up the geography. You said you worked in Miramar for 28 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, do you become familiar with the areas of Miramar, Miramar Parkway, I-75, US 27?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is the northern boundary between the city of Miramar, your jurisdiction, and Pembroke Pines to the north?
Typically, it's Pembroke Road, what divides Miramar and Pembroke and Pines, Pembroke Pines Police Department, Pembroke Pines. But there are sections within the city that kind of encroaches like a block or two into Pembroke Road, that's on like the east side of the city by the turnpike. But other than that, it's Miramar, County Line to the south and Pembroke Road to the north. And then from 441 east all the way out to US 27th, it actually extends out to a little bit further west on US 27, but there's nothing there, so it's US 27.
Okay, so to make sure we're clear on that, if someone is headed westbound on Pembroke Road, on the north side of Pembroke Road, what jurisdiction are they in? Westbound?
Westbound on Pembroke Road?
Yes.
It depends also, again, depending on what side of Pembroke Road. If you're driving westbound, that could be considered Pines.
So then on the south side, the eastbound lanes, what are those typically?
Typically, it's considered Miramar.
Okay, going all the way out to US 27, is that Pembroke Road border consistent from I-75 west to US 27?
Yes.
So I want to start and show you a couple of maps. I'm going to show you what's been previously shown to the Defense Council marked as State B. Do you recognize that map?
Yes.
Does that map fairly and accurately
Excuse me.
depict what we showed there?
Can't show the jury.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Does that map fairly and accurately depict the Miramar geography from I-75 through 172nd from Miramar Parkway north to Pembroke Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would request move States B in and States 2 and publish.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's submitted.
Okay.
You may publish.
Thank you.
State C, Mark State C.
So Detective Bertrand, this is a small version. I have a bigger version that's identical to make it easier for the jurors to see. So a large copy of what's been shown as a bit of a State C. If you could show on here exactly which area is I-75 and Miramar Parkway.
This is I-75, and there's an exit here from Miramar Parkway.
And what,
Gary, one second. Gary,
Yes, Judge.
can you move the screen back a little bit?
Yeah.
Thank you. Go.
and Detective, could you be so kind as to step down so we can use the easel?
Sure.
Thank you. Counsel, you can move this. So if you could show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, where is I-75 and Miramar Parkway?
Yes.
What direction does Miramar Parkway travel?
East and west.
Can you point out some of the locations on Miramar Parkway? I'm going to start with Bo Camper's Restaurant.
Okay, Bo Campers is, will be right around here.
Okay. You're pointing to an area north of a water feature.
Yes.
What other locations and restaurants are in that area?
There's a Marshall's around here. There's a Home Goods. There's a Chick-fil-A. There's a gas station here in the corner. There's Benihana's. There's a Home Depot, Anthony's Cold Pizza. There's a bunch of places.
So you said Chick-fil-A and Home Depot. Those are the two I'm going to stick with over here. Okay. Moving along, can you show the ladies and gentlemen what is Southwest 160th Avenue on the map?
This is 160th, which is also Dykes Road.
Does the name change depending on the jurisdiction of which the city or county is in?
I guess, yeah, yes. We
And,
know it as Dykes or 160th.
okay, moving further west, what's the next major intersection that's reflected on this map on the far left on Miramar Parkway?
The next major intersection is going to be over here, which is 172nd. On this side is Silver Lakes Development. Over on this side is the Miramar, the hospital, which is I believe here. And then there's a regional park. On this side, there's a Target here, a Winn-Dixie, Pollo Tropical, and liquor store.
Okay, so Pollo Tropical, you indicated is on Miramar
Yes.
Parkway before 172nd, if you're headed
Yeah,
westbound?
it's right around here somewhere. I think this is Target,
Does 172nd run north and south?
north and south. Yes.
Okay. Can you show the ladies and gentlemen where is Pembroke Road on this map?
It's right up here, runs again east and west. There's no exit off of 75 to Pembroke Road, and it goes out.
Okay. So I want to move on to what's been marked as State C for identification purposes. You have an opportunity to look at those maps prior to coming to court today. Don't let the lady know the Jersey.
I think that we'll skip over the map part. We can just the map and out this area.
Yes.
I feel like
Detective did those two maps. So
we need to do that portion of
we're
it.
gonna move on from
Evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also
So when you're at the hospital, you indicated you took a recorded statement from an individual by the name of Portland Henry.
Yes,
Was that
Okay,
statement
so-
audio recorded?
Yes.
Was
Here it is.
the Miramar Police Department using body worn camera
It's from
footage
Borderland.
at any point in time in 2018? And if you don't know, please let me know.
I don't know. Detectives didn't wear body cameras. I'm not sure if road patrol did or didn't. But the detectives did not, and I believe they still don't.
And so is there any video recording of this statement?
No.
Prior to coming into court today, did you have an opportunity to review that statement?
Yes,
Your permission to approach?
You may.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as states F for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that disc?
yes, ma'am.
When do you recognize that disc?
That's my initials and date.
Those contents earlier accurately represent the statements that you reported with Portland Henry on October 26, 2018.
Yes, ma'am.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states F into evidence and publish for the jury.
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States F will be more of states number 6.
Here at this time, it would be appropriate for the instruction.
You want to pull the one item now, correct?
Yes,
All
sir.
right, ladies and gentlemen, regarding the use of these transcripts of recordings, you are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the shorter of the two.
That's the last portion of it.
Okay, so then we will go to the 25-page, or the 24-page transcript first.
Yes, that's the first, that's the
Henry? What's up, man? Hey, guys. Hey, my name is Detective Bertrand. It's, Detective Mark Ready. We're here to talk to you about what happened. And, listen, you need to be straight up with us and tell us where this happened. Okay? My understanding, you told these officers something, but the evidence doesn't show that it happened there. So, what happened okay, tell me what happened.
Man, I'm playing music, you know, I've already listened to songs, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, I know that, like, that's, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I look down, you know what I'm saying? You call it, that's all those cut.
Let me back you up a few minutes. Where were you coming from?
From Fort
Lauderdale City. Which way did you take?
I took, I said, 595 to
75. Then you took 75 south?
That's what it's like. If you come from Fort Lauderdale, you take 595.
Yeah.
So you get off, you get off, to get on the expressway, right? So yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then we got a good mark on the day. And then when I got past the little 3turn signal, yeah, when I got past that. Which turn signal were you in? Which turn lane were you in? I was coming, getting off the exit. I got off the exit. After that light, we get the right. Yeah. I came down. You know what I'm saying? I was coming down to the light. You know what I'm saying? As we passed through the light. You know what I'm saying? What lane were you in? I was in the left lane. I was in the left lane. The left, you know, far left side. Yeah. Okay. And so you were already turning onto the Parkway, or you were I was already off the exit? Yes. Already off the exit. You know what I'm saying? I made it right. Okay. Three turns, right? Yes. Yeah, I went to that. Okay. When you going west, or I was going like the west right? No. Okay. What actually happened? Where are you on? I was going on which house? The house is over in Silver, by Silver Lake. Okay. 1805 Southwest 4th Street. Over I can't really like. What is it? It's 1805. 1805. Southwest 44th Street. What? 44th Street. Okay, so you were going west. Okay, because you're saying that you made a right. Like getting off the expressway, you make a right to go west. You know what I'm saying? Go west. If you're going south on 75, you take the west. Okay, yeah, you make a right. 30 turn right, you go right. Okay, so you made a right. Did you get to Dice? I'm not. I don't know. Okay, once you make the right off of 75, the exit, there's another light there. There's that's where the shopping center is. On the right hand side, there's a shopping center. Yeah, you talking about like Chick-fil-A or something? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I got like around that area, and I started hearing shit. I heard a lot of people like, you know what I'm saying? I thought, you know, I was scratch the car. You know, so I hit the little gears a little bit. But you know, so I was scratch the car. I like stayed up a little bit. I couldn't really see it, man. I couldn't really see it, man, because I'm like trying to watch the get shot. Like I'm blessed to be there. Like I'm like I don't know, like. Yeah, and you didn't hear anything, they didn't yell anything was said. Man, the car was still rolling forward, you know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to even, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stay safe, you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to even get hit. I'm scared, you know what I'm saying, for my life. And the car was rolling. I don't know what car, which way it is, you know what I'm saying? You have the description of the car? That's what I'm saying. I didn't see anything. Here's the hard part, what we're having a hard time to understand is that we shut down that entire area and we had officers shoulder to shoulder walking out. They didn't find as much as one shell casing. They didn't find one piece of glass. Nothing to what you said adds up. And it's hard. Well, I'm telling you, that's the problem. I mean, for whatever reason, your two friends died. Are these your good friends? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These your two, I was assuming close friends. No. And you're doing them in service by not telling us the truth. I'm telling you the truth, man. I don't like what do you want? How do you make shell cases disappear? I don't know. I cannot tell you about a shell case, and I'm driving, looking for my life, trying to make sure I don't get hit. And you telling me, you don't work. You telling me about I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. I'm driving. I'm trying to make sure I don't get hit. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be worried about it. I know it's not for you to worry about, but if you tell me it happened there's got to be some evidence there. There's going to be broken glass, just like there's broken glass over here from when you guys open the doors and stuff like that. Okay, there's going to be broken glass over there when the windows got shot out. There's going to be casings from the people shooting at your car. Okay, there's going to be evidence over there. Okay, right now, there's nothing. Okay, now, I kind of think I know what happened because I got information that something else happened on the east side of the city in Pembroke Parks, but which sounds similar to your thing. But you need to be straight up with us, okay? Listen, I know you maybe you're scared, but like Mark said, you're doing your friends a disservice. We can't do our job. I'm telling you the straight honest truth. Like I can't. What can I like tell you if I'm looking for my life? My head's over here, steering wheel's here. I'm trying to make sure I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But like I'm keeping the car straight by hitting me, you know what I'm saying? God, that shit fucked me up, bro.
Let me ask you this.
Look up and see them like how you looking? You got me thinking like looking for a car? No, yeah, no. I'm trying to.
All right, well, you know, let's just forget about where it happened. Let's just put that on the back burner for a little while. Let's talk about why. Are you having issues with anyone?
I mean, we all upcoming artists and stuff, so technically, like we have been having like, you know what I'm saying, like people like, you know, when you like start doing better than people, they start hating and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
So you got some jealousy issues.
Yes, like jealousy issues, but got me. But also like it's crazy because people they don't try us. You know what I'm saying? They talk like on social media. You know what I'm saying? But they see us and you know what I'm saying.
It's easier for them to talk shit on social media than it is your face.
You know what I'm saying?
So who's been talking shit on social media?
I haven't really been on that, but like my friend that's passed away now, I'm just so. He was telling me like, right, he always telling me like how people just like today he was telling me some folks from up our way.
What's up your way?
Like girl like that's where I used to stay. You know what I'm saying? So I grew up there. So that's our hometown. You know what I'm saying?
What did your friend say about from Vero Beach? What did he say to you?
He was saying it's basically just like you know like it's just through Facebook like it's like folks like that's like. Like I don't like they were just hating this.
First of all, if you're up and coming, you know, in the music business, you're gonna be all over social media. That's how you make your mark. Yeah. So I know you know more about what's going on social media. You may not know where this happened.
I'm not like I'm not big. I don't be there. I don't even have a phone, so I'm not like on it. Like I'm just working, making music. You know what I'm saying? Making music and stuff. That's what we're all doing. I don't really be into that stuff. I'm trying to feed into it because like.
What's the name of the room and stuff?
YNW.
What is it?
YNW. Yeah, but like, I already have a lot of other stuff going on in my life.
Like what?
Like I be having like my home stuff back down south. I mean up top north from Vero Beach, but she has to stay with her and my other sister stay with her. My other sister trying to go fast and stuff like that.
So you support them?
You know, I support them. When they used to my own design, he kind of like contributes. You know, yeah, my mom.
What's Anthony Williams? What's his nickname? Yeah, what do you call him? I'm sure you don't call him Anthony. What do you call him? Sec? How you spell that? S-A-K. S-A-K? And that's how he's doing on social media as Sec? What about Chris Thomas?
Julie.
What?
Julie.
June?
Julie?
No. Julie. J-U-V-Y.
J-U-V-Y?
And what do you know as?
I'm just known as my name.
My man?
My name. They call me my name.
My name?
Right?
By your name, of course. Okay. Let me show you this real quick. Okay. I'm not a great artist, but this is the exit to I-75. Okay. You said you made it right here. These are the lights. This is the exit. This is Miramar Parkway. This is Chick-fil-A.
That's
the gas station.
That's like a curve. You put that curve.
Yeah. That goes like that. Yeah.
It's like home down. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
It's home down.
So did you pass Chick-fil-A?
Yeah, I passed.
Did you pass this light here?
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. I passed.
Oh, so you passed that light?
Yeah, I got home down. That's what I'm telling you. I got home down.
Did you hear the Chili's?
Where's Chili's? Like Polo Truck Club.
Polo Truck Trail's on the other side of 75.
Hey, do me a favor. Go to Google Maps. I can't do it on my phone. You know where the Target is at? Where the new Pollo Tropical is being built? Okay, the new one that's being built on Miramar Parkway? Did you get to that place?
Yeah, I got like
Is that where the shooting happened? So you know where Target is at? The Target?
Target.
Okay, so is that where you were at? where the shooting happened?
I was just telling y'all, that's why I got off the exit and stuff like that.
Okay, so you got off the exit. At this point, was there a car following you that you noticed prior to? Did you guys have a beef with anybody on the highway? Like a road rage type thing or anything? Okay, so now you get off, you pass Dykes. The shooting hasn't happened yet. Or did it happen yet?
You passed Chick-fil-A.
Did the shooting happen?
I got one pass,
So at the time that you passed Chick-fil-A, did the shooting already happen or no?
No.
Okay.
You said that's how I passed it?
Yeah.
Like a little after, you know what I'm saying? Just a little after.
Okay, so you passed the light over here, the second light. After you pass the exit, there's a light there. You turn right, then there's an intersection there. So you were past the intersection, the shooting hadn't happened yet. Is that what you're saying?
And I got right on past the light. Follow me?
Mm-hmm.
Right on past the light, sir. No bullshit, bro. No bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And I swerved a little bit, hit the median, but like the car's still rolling, and like I'm still ducking. I'm trying not to be seen. You know what I'm saying? In the car.
Did you hit anything else other than the median? Because you got damage to the hood of your car. The damage to the hood of the car was already there?
Yeah, on the trip. Yeah, on the trip.
You know, after you pass, there's Chili's, then there's a park, Miramar Regional Park.
I think Chili's like ducked up, right?
Huh?
It's like you can't really see Chili's. Like,
Yeah, it's kind of like a little bit hidden, because there's like a little berm that kind of, there's a little shopping strip there. There's a whole bunch of little restaurants. And then there's the regional park. Then after the regional park is where the Target is at and the new Pollo. We're just trying to figure out, for you to give us a little bit better pinpoint where you think it happened. Was it before the park or after the park? The regional park?
It was like right,
Hey, how about you get in front of show us? You wanna do that?
Okay, bro. Yeah, we can. But like, after that, like, I'm this shit, like, it's like bringing my anxiety and shit. Like, I can't, like, it really did. Right? I just seen these men in the car. Dead, bro.
You don't have a cell phone? Do you know where they live? Your friends?
They stay with.
They stay with who?
They stay at the same.
They stay at this house? Okay. How old are they? Who's 21? Anthony's 21?
Yeah.
And Chris is 20?
You can't give me any names you guys were beefing with your other friends on social media? Anything recently came up? I'm sure they're gonna talk to you about it.
We kind of not really because like.
What do you use for social media? What sites?
I use?
Yeah.
I just be on like Instagram. Really. That's one thing I be on. Maybe on everything else. Maybe on everything.
What's your Instagram name?
YNW. Yeah.
YNWM?
Huh? YNW can.
Band? B-A-N-D?
Yeah. May I ask me?
Just to help us figure out what's, if it was like
stuff.
yeah.
I'm not really seeing it. My baby's like.
Yeah, but then we'll get your friend's name, we'll get your friend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I understand.
What about Anthony's? YNW
SAK, Jason,
Sack Chaser.
all together. And then what about Judy? What's YNW stand for?
Young in the world.
Yeah, and then Chris and Anthony, are they both from Bureau Beach too? Where they from?
Anthony's from that.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have the parents, like Chris's mom's name or Anthony's mom's name or that?
I think his mom's name is, China.
Jaina.
Yeah.
Jada, Jada or AA? Thomas? What, Anthony? Oh, Jada is Anthony's? What about Chris's?
Do they live here or in Barrel? The mom.
Who lives with you at 18521 Southwest 44th Street?
Jamell.
Jamell brother?
My cousin, Jacoby, agent.
What's Jamell's last name? What is it?
D-E-M-O.
And they haven't had enough housing with it? Your roommates?
I'm done what I'm saying, like everybody, then people been saying like stuff is squash, stuff like that. And
They said stuff was squashed?
people have said stuff is squash.
Who was squashed with?
People that don't like, I know they.
Which would just, enlighten us, Phil saying, helps us know a little better. Who were you beefing with it got squashed? Who was that? What's the old homeboy's name? What is it? Bentley? That's his real name, that's just who we call him.
That's the drug.
And where's he from? Have you seen him down here recently?
He did get jumped in Walmart
When?
a couple months back, so but I don't know what kick guys or
Which Walmart?
the Lord right here, Harold Park.
The Walmart closed their house?
Like, yeah.
Is that everyone on camera behind us?
Yeah.
Did you guys report it?
Nah.
Who jumped you? Was he inside the Walmart or out the parking lot? Who was it?
So I don't know, it was shit, I don't know.
You talking about the Walmart on 184th and Pine Boulevard?
They said they called.
Did you remember talking to the police that day or?
No, we was up to it.
You just left. What was it? The beef was inside the store? When you say fight, just fist or anything else? Any weapons shown today? Was it safe to say you beat them?
They got two dicks and like they stole like they my homeboy's chain pop and they picked it up and they started like flexing on Instagram.
So after the fight, they
So this was on Instagram?
Yeah, they posted it on Instagram. I didn't believe it, but
that?
I think the person, the people that took it,
Mhm.
I think they deleted the video, deleted their Instagram, all that, like, it's crazy.
Remember the names? What was the
Nah, that's
names?
what I'm saying, I ain't know who it was, period, I'm not forgot, they forgot.
But you know it was that you knew it was on social media posting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, I seen the post, but like, of course, anybody go on Instagram, and you know what I'm saying, simply just go on Pembroke Pines, and people can pop up, you know what I'm saying? Or, like, it's like my homeboy, he's like big, you know what I'm saying, he's big, you know what I'm saying, we homeboy, he's recording my, like,
Thanks so much, Jamell.
yeah,
He's known.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. We didn't know, like, they just know if I know it, so like, what I'm saying is like we ain't like know what it was, like, it was like I know it, like, you know what I'm saying, like almost like, you know how, okay, you know how I used to go to the store something and like, all right, say you go in the store and you just feel like something happened, you know what I'm saying, and like your instinct tell you, and like you just, you know what I'm saying, that's what happened, like we just call them when they hit the corner and just happened like that, like, and they ran out of store when they got it.
Do you have any affiliation with any of the gangs? Nothing at all? What about your friends?
You know, none of us affiliated with them. We just record us.
Let me ask you, did you, huh? That's the keys to your car? Yeah, just put them over here. Have you fired a gun today?
No.
You know they're gonna be able to tell, right? Okay. I'm asking you. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm just asking you because if somebody was shooting at you, you know, and you shot back, that's self-defense. So there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Actually, the law allows you to do that. But I just want you to be straight up with me. Okay. Because if we test your hands and stuff, it's gonna tell us if you shot a gun today.
I was shooting real game. I was trying.
Are there gonna be any guns in the car? Were you guys just smoking out when you guys were in the car driving?
No, they no, it was like when I got on close to the exit, they was like, you know what I'm saying?
Well, because the car reeks, you know, a weed, so. Okay, I just want to know, you know.
I'm telling you straight, like, I'm telling you, because I don't have any mind, like, you know?
Right. You guys doing any dope deal gone bad and that's why this happened?
And you guys work. How do you guys support each other?
Coach, my homeboy is assigned to court my part.
Jamell? Yeah. That's how you're paying for the rent of the house and utilities and everything?
Yes, sir.
Who's he signed with?
He signed up to 100.
Hold up.
With 300?
Yeah. I'm assuming that's a rental car?
Yeah.
Who's the car manager?
Our manager.
What's that?
Our manager.
Which one's your manager? What's his name?
It's like Francis, something.
Your manager, you know?
I'm calling my nigga. I need to know. And I just met him like this year. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna like just know the name. But his name's Trap.
Is what?
It's Trap.
Trek? T-R-E-K? Is there anything else you would like to provide us that would help us for your friend's sake? This is the point. Anything you're involved in, anything illegal you tell us is fine. It's a wash at this point. We need to know the full story so Anthony and Chris is safe.
Yeah, we don't care, man, as far as that. all we care about is your friends, who shot your friends, right? We're homicide detectives, so I don't care if you were doing a drug deal, I don't care if you had a beef with somebody. I'm just telling you, I don't care any of that shit. All I care about is solving your friend's homicide.
It wasn't nothing like that, bro. I told y'all a story, and that's it, bro. I don't even talk about it. Like, bro, I told y'all. Like, I don't know.
Okay, just so you know, right? Because you're saying, well, I don't want to talk anymore. There's going to be a lot more questions. We're not trying to piss you off. The thing is, we don't know your friends.
Yeah.
So the reason we have to ask all these questions, because the more we know about your friends, your lifestyle, your friend's lifestyle, your friends, his friends, and the circumstances surrounding today, the more, easier it's going to be for us to try and solve this. Okay, if we don't get any information, it's, let me throw this out to you, okay? And just be straight up, man, this is an honest answer, and I would respect you, okay, by just telling me the truth, even if it's something that I don't want to hear, but I respect the truth rather than BS, okay? And it's a simple question. If you knew who did this, okay, you may or may not know. If you knew who did this, would you tell me? It's either yes or no question. Answer.
Honestly.
Yeah, honestly. The truth. You wouldn't?
Because I wouldn't really be a part of it. I wouldn't really be.
Okay. I respect that. I
don't like it. It's a lot of code and stuff. I'd be killed.
Because you rather just handle it within you guys? Okay.
I don't know how I feel right now. Like, I'm so fucked up right now. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry for my language, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this shit made me emotional right now. I ain't been asleep since yesterday, bro. You know what I'm saying? This shit just really just fucked me up, bro. You know what I'm saying? And y'all gotta take the shoes, and I just got them these back from somebody that goddamn took them.
I'm glad you typed in there, Lynn. I was like, I don't know if Lynn's still here. I just seen your message, your Cash App. Thank you so very much. I was like, how I get some money in my Cash App? It don't never ding and tell me. I wish the thing that, that need to ding, instead of these text messages and shit, I wish it would be my Cash App when I get some money. Because I didn't know that. Thank you so much, Lynn, for your Cash App for twerking Tina. She'll be back with us on Monday, and she'll definitely be twerking. Yes, so the one that we listening to is YNW Borland. He is also the same one that actually took the plea deal. He is the one that also drove the two victims to the hospital. And he also pled guilty to the same charges that Melly is going to trial for next week. That's why I don't understand how he plans on fighting all of this. I don't know how that works when one person has pleaded, like a co-defendant has pleaded. And I can't remember. I'm pretty sure Lisa did touch on it when she came on the stream, and I could probably ask her again. I'm not sure how I'm pretty sure they're going to keep all of that out of YNW Melly's case. But the one that we're listening to is actually Borland. He's the one that drove the two victims to the hospital. And he has pleaded guilty to the same charges in a way. So, yep, that's it. Yeah, thank you so much. I was like, sure, I need some dings when there's money. I don't know how to get that, but everything else want a ding. Dang it.
You know what I'm saying? With the shoes? Yeah, and I had to give them back. And I had to look them up. They put your shoes. My homeboy had them took them, and I had to go get them. He had to fuck them up, man. I just put them together yesterday.
He messed he stole from you?
He like some kind of like switching like issue or like
yeah. He lives yours.
Nah, he just came down there just to, because he makes me too. Mm-hmm. So he came down there just to,
Hey, your house around the recording studio. Where's the recording studio at?
I don't know the exact like location, you know what I'm saying? This is my first time being there. know what I'm saying? They brought me there. So like,
Here's some landmarks.
those and that's probably
In where?
in Fort Lauderdale.
You know what exit off of 95? Do you get off 95? Is it on East?
Yeah, it's off 95. I think it's like, is that Oakland? Something like that.
Oakland Park?
Yeah, I think so. I had it on, you take on.
Yeah.
I'm over.
Trying to help, you know, the friends.
I know what happened. I know.
So, you know, I mean, with my friends,
It's just like I can't like you know like you if you was there and you was
I understand, like, you know, getting shot at, I'm sure it's not a fun thing. I've been shot at too, so I definitely know. But I definitely would want, you know, to find out or help the police as much as possible, you know. Because listen, the bottom line is, man, you know, I know you're mad and you want revenge and all that kind of stuff, but the reality is, what's it going to bring to you? A momentary satisfaction. I'm just saying, what would that bring to you? A little bit of satisfaction, but then you get caught and then you end up, you know, in jail. Maybe you killed them, they're suffering or whatever is done and over, they don't get justice through the law, but then you end up in jail. You know, so who won? You know, it's the truth, you know, they win, because now instead of killing two people, they essentially kill a third, because once you go to jail for life for killing somebody, then your life is essentially over too. So, you know, you gave him the satisfaction of taking out the entire car.
I'm not thinking, you know, retaliation. And I was trying to meet some of my mom and my sister. That's what I was trying to say. That's hurt. This hurt shit. You know what I'm saying? I hurt shit. The dude, two people you grew up with. You know what I'm saying? That shit hurt.
How long have you known?
Yeah.
Anthony and Chris, like how many years? 5 years? How did you guys meet? Was it school or was it school? Or just do music? Cause
With Chairman's permission, may I publish the last short clip?
It's in evidence, correct?
Yes.
You may.
when you came down, so you didn't get off on 75. I mean, you got off on 75 when you came down. You didn't get off. You didn't come from like 95 and get off on Allendale.
I came from okay, Fort Lauderdale, you drive 95 first, right on Sawgrass Expressway.
Right. You got by 95.
And then it's like Florida, it said Florida International, you know what I'm saying? And then I got on the expressway. I got on the expressway take you all the way to Miramar, you know what I'm saying? So I got on
Okay, so you took 95 south, then you saying 595?
595
to 75?
Yeah.
And then south on 75 and got off on the Miramar exit off of 75. Okay. Which is where the boat campers is and all that. Yeah, okay.
You said boat campers?
Boat campers, restaurant, boat campers.
I think that's
It's
lit
up. Yeah.
That's like a little
Big restaurant, yeah, lake around.
Okay, ain't no stuff. Yeah.
All right, we'll do some stuff here real quick and as soon as we're done, we'll get you home as well. Okay? All right.
Thank you, Council. Does that conclude the publication?
It does, Chairman.
Thank you, Gary. Can you collect the transcripts from the late gentleman, very please, ladies and gentlemen, pass the transcripts, both of them to the bailiff, please, Gary.
Yeah, this would be a logical place to take a break.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yes, sir. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, what we're gonna do, it's now 12:40, we're gonna take our lunch and recess. Remember the admonition that I gave you previously, you are not to discuss.
Elder, are very, Alderman were in.
And YNW Jr.
The ones that are out.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's ready. All right, let's bring Trudy. Jury entering. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the verdict of the defendant, Dennis, his counsel, and assistant attorney. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, our witnesses for granted names on the stand. Now, I think we'll go for lunch. You're still under direct examination of witnesses. You're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, good afternoon, Detective. Okay, we left off listening to the statements that you took.
Yes.
I first want to ask you a question. There's an incessant beeping going on at the beginning of the statement. What was that?
I believe that's medical equipment that, we're gonna do
Okay, where were these interviews taking place?
inside I guess a ward where you put patients, a little room.
So an exam room at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. When you are finished speaking with Mr. Henry, and there you discussed in there a part where the officers were walking shoulder to shoulder down your rubber foot.
Yes.
So in terms of the time frame of that morning, when is this statement with Mr. Henry taking place?
The statement, Mr. Henry, well, I got at the hospital at 5, and I believe it was at 6:05 when we started the interview.
And so between 5 and 6 a.m., the area between 172 back east to 160th has already been searched.
That was, I believe, prior to me getting there. They had searched from I-75 to Dykes on 160th. And then after I left the hospital, because that's why you hear in the interview us talking about, well, we didn't find anything, because that was the initial area that was searched. And so then after I left the hospital, I there's a Walgreens on the northwest corner of Dykes and Miramar Parkway. We met there with about 20 officers or so. There were sergeants, CSAs, road officers, traffic unit, and I told them I wanted block off Miramar Parkway from 160th all the way to 172, the westbound lanes, and eventually we did that. But prior to that, Detective Moretti and Toyota drove Cortland to the area to get a lot of the interview, that's what we were trying, that was important for us to find a location and jurisdiction.
So is it clear there's actually 2 searches done between I-75 and 172?
Well, actually 3.
Could you
There
explain?
was 175, I-75 to Dykes 160th. Then I was involved personally from 160th to 172. I assisted in walking that area also with, I think,
That's the 20 officers you were talking about that?
well, the 20 officers to block off everything. And then we had I think a dozen officers, including myself, that actually walked from 160th. This was a second search. And then once we finished that one, they continued from 172 to
Like 184th we discussed earlier?
right, exactly.
So going to the search from 160th to 172, you testified previously it's a mile distance.
Yes,
How long did it take to conduct that search of that mile with the 12 officers?
it took us about an hour to do it because we would stop along the way, we would find a little debris, kind of look at it to see what it was and that kind of stuff. And essentially we walked shoulder to shoulder, kind of,
Okay. Did you find any shell casings?
No.
Any glass fragments?
No.
Any projectiles?
No.
Any tire marks?
No.
Any sort of impact or anything on the median that would indicate a crash or recent friction?
No.
The next thing that you did you continue on from 172 to 184 of that mile long search?
Other officers continued that search.
But were you there personally?
No.
At that point, did you travel to a location in Fort Lauderdale, Florida?
Yes,
And would that be 805 Northeast 4th Avenue?
I believe so, yes.
When you arrived at 805 Northeast 4th Avenue, what was that?
That was a recording studio, kind of like in a warehouse district.
When you went there, did you make contact with the management and the owner-operator of that business?
Detective Taylor did.
Once you went to that studio, did you determine the name to be New Era?
Yes.
After you went to New Era, did you review the surveillance footage that was collected from New Era?
At one point I did.
Okay. I'm now approaching what's been previously marked as stage G for identification purposes only.
Yes.
Detective Bertrand, is that the studio footage that you recovered from New Era on October 26th of 2018 along with Detective Toyota?
Yes.
Does it fairly accurately depict the studio footage that you reviewed of October 26th of 2018?
Yes.
At this time, the state requesting stage G in.
No objection?
Okay.
It'll be admitted.
Stage G, we mark stage number 7.
And permission to publish?
Yes, you may publish, you're looking at the light skin.
Yes, please, Your Honor. And so, Detective Bertrand, are there a number of clips on this particular footage that you retrieved?
Detective Toyota was the one that downloaded it, but I reviewed it all there also.
Okay. I only at this point am going to publish the exterior from channel 4, 2018, 1026, 02, 17, 41.
Excuse me, you're able to see? Yes, all right.
Detective Bertrand, in your experience in watching or viewing surveillance footage over the course of your career as a homicide detective, is the time always accurate?
No.
Is it your recollection that this was off by 1 hour due to time
Objection.
adjusted?
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Sustain, rephrase.
When this video was recovered, was there a determination made as to how far off the time was from real time?
Same objection. Question from sidewalk.
One, show respect, and two, looking for information. Sometimes family members will come and approach us and talk to us, friends, they'll come that previously they didn't know about us, but now they see us there and they approach us.
Were you able to determine or develop any other leads yourself at that memorial service for
No.
Mr. Williams?
No.
Okay. Moving forward to November 8th of 2018, when the first batch of phone records came in, did you take additional investigative steps?
I accompanied Detective Moretti. He asked me, based on some phone records that he got back, he asked me if I could accompany him to search an area, and we did. We went out to US 27th. Show you one.
Please, and so
We went to first place we drove to was Holiday Park, which is a trailer park north of Pines Boulevard on the left-hand side of US 27th.
when you say left hand, do you mean
West side.
the west side?
West side.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And describe to ladies and gentlemen of the jury how populated that is.
It's a trailer park. So obviously the construction is not like a house. It's not fortified or what have you. And it's pretty densely populated with a lot of trailers and stuff like that.
In your statement with Mr. Henry, you alluded to some investigation of the sheriff's office off of I-95 and Highlandale Beach Boulevard.
Yes.
As a detective in the homicide bureau, was it common to reach out to other jurisdictions for information?
Yes, I think while we were there, we got some information of
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustain as to what the information was.
So with regards to the trailer park, did you find any evidence of a shooting that had occurred at that trailer park?
No.
Did any witnesses come forward and speak to you at the trailer park?
No.
Were there any ballistic signs at the trailer park that there had been a shooting?
No, in fact, we kind of concluded that based on the construction of the trailers and stuff like that, and the amount of damaged bullets that were fired at the car, it was our belief that someone would have called if it happened there.
So going forward to November 21st of 2018, did you have the occasion to respond to US 27 and Pembroke Road?
That was the second search that we did.
And when you responded to there, who was present?
Detective Moretti, Detective Toyota, Detective Smith, I believe Detective Tomlin was there, I was there, and there were some canine officers from Fort Lauderdale PD.
When you were there, did you personally collect any evidence?
No,
Who would have done that?
crime scene,
Why is that?
because that's their job.
As a homicide detective, do you collect evidence?
Sometimes, but we always have crime scene if they're there. Under certain circumstances, we may, if crime scene wasn't there, and we could vet them out.
And other than the investigation at US 27 that you were present for and Pembroke Road, did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, going back to the one on the November 8th, we also searched from Pembroke Road. After we left the trailer park, we went back to Pembroke Road, and Detective Moretti and I walked from Pembroke Road all the way to Taft, north on Taft to Taft, and then back. That was about 2 miles. We walked the northbound lanes and then southbound lanes, and we didn't find anything.
And that's again on US 27?
On US 27.
Okay. Nothing further into this, Mr. Chairman.
Counsel, is there any cross-examination of this witness?
Yes, please, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, President. Good afternoon.
How soon after the
How soon after the car arrived at the hospital would you say you got involved in the investigation?
Well, at 5 o'clock in the morning is when I got called out. I don't have the actual incident report to see when the call was dispatched, but I got to the hospital at 5:47 is when I arrived at the hospital.
So you got there, if within an hour.
Yeah, 47 minutes exactly.
Okay.
Of when I got called out.
Okay. And your first assignment or the first task that you undertook was the first substantive task was to interview Mr. Henry, Courtland Henry. Second.
Yeah. Well, the first thing was I got briefed by the officers that were there. They told me what they had done to that point, which was the 75 to 160 search. They didn't find anything. And then after that is when proceeded to review.
Okay. So prior to you even discussing the matter with Mr. Courtland Henry for the first time, you had already been told that based on the description of the location of the incident that he provided to law enforcement, they found no evidence.
Right. From I-7, based on what Courtland told the officers.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So at that time, you had already formed the impression that he was either mistaken or not being candid.
Well, it was, I think through the statement, it was pretty evident that we were trying to narrow down where that location was. Because we knew that based on what he initially told the officers, it didn't happen there. So we were trying to narrow it down. That's why you keep hearing us trying to figure out the locations and giving descriptions of landmarks in the area to kind of narrow down where that location was so we can look for evidence.
Right. Because he wasn't giving you exact addresses, he was giving you descriptions, and you were trying to decipher from the descriptions that he provided
Right.
where he might have been described.
Exactly, where the incident happened.
And you knew to this point, at least that's up to the point where you began your interview with him, that the information, or at least the impressions that law enforcement had formed based upon what he said, were not matching up, right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you start out your interview by telling me, hey, we got a problem. What you told us is not matching up with what we found at the scene.
Right.
And you developed an impression throughout the course of that interview that he wasn't being candid. Did you not?
Well, later on, we did it after we saw that there was a fourth person in the car when we didn't find any evidence. But that's why we brought him we had officers, two detectives bring him to the scene to kind of narrow down the search area. But we did a pretty wide search of the area, just in case he was mistaken.
Sure. But even before you took him out to the scene, you were making, during the process of your, would you define your interaction, your exchange with Mr. Henry as an interview or an interrogation?
It was an interview.
At that time, you didn't perceive him to be a suspect.
No.
You perceived him to be a victim.
Yes.
But you're also of the impression that he was being dishonest with you because, I mean, several times throughout your statement, we can say, hey, there's a problem. You might not want to lie to us, right?
Well, we also had misinformation in reference to an incident that happened on the east side of this city in BSO jurisdiction, which we thought could have been involved, but we later found out it wasn't. So we were mistaken about that. So we were just trying to it was important for us to find the location, one, because of evidence, to look for evidence that would help us with the case. And the second reason was jurisdiction.
Sure. But I mean, you're a seasoned detective, right? You're retired now.
Yes, sir.
So at the time that this transpired, how long were you in the force?
26 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
24 years.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
About 13.
So it would be fair to say that you had a dual purpose during that interview. You were trying to, or at least three purposes. You were trying to determine the boundaries of jurisdiction, right?
Correct.
You were trying to identify the location that this incident took place.
Yes, sir.
In order to determine boundaries of jurisdiction.
Yes, sir.
And also to further your investigation.
That's correct.
And you're also trying to get a gauge of whether the person to whom you were speaking was involved or not involved. Right?
Yes.
Fair?
Yes.
I mean, the number of times that you implied to him that he might be being dishonest as opposed to merely mistaken, you heard the tape earlier, right? You recall.
I didn't have a preconceived notion as to whether he was being dishonest or not. We had some mistaken information. Maybe that's where it came across that way, that there was an incident on the east side, which we later found out it wasn't. We were just trying to find out the location where it happened.
So when you were telling him stuff like, hey, if it was my friend, I really want to help the law enforcement officers out. I mean, don't you want to help your friend? You weren't trying to get him to be candid. You were trying to get him to reach into the depths of his recollection. Is that what you're trying to do?
I would say probably both.
Okay. So you were trying to make an assessment of his credibility throughout the course of this exchange.
Sure.
Fair, right?
Sure.
Okay. So having been a detective for so long, you kind of have a BS meter. You refer to, I don't want to be BS, right?
Yes, sir.
You figure you have a BS meter that's pretty well calibrated.
I guess.
Was it going ding, 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 ding?
Like I said, I was trying to find out where the incident happened.
I understand.
And that was basically it.
I'm trying to ask if your BS meter was starting to be triggered throughout the course of this exchange. That's my question.
I guess.
It was.
Sure.
Okay. So therefore you did discern that this man to whom you were speaking, this man that you were interviewing, not interrogating, may be taking you for a ride. All right? That's the ding, ding, ding part.
I don't know if, like I said, I was at that point, he was a victim. I had no reason to believe otherwise. We were basically trying to narrow down the location. I also understand that being shot at is a traumatic experience based on what he's saying. And that's why we had him, he was transported to the scene to see if we can narrow down the location. I don't know.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that your BS meter did not go off and you did not form the impression that he was being evasive in the manner in which he was answering your questions in the tape that we all just heard.
Well, there are some things that, that's why I asked him, trying to gauge whether one of the questions that I asked him was, if you knew who did this, would you tell me? To see his response. So I guess if you want to call that a BS meter or whatever, I'm just trying to gauge if he's being truthful with me, if he's hiding something. We asked him all kinds of questions, whether it was a drug deal, whether he had a beef with someone on 75, all kinds of questions, trying to gauge what could happen. We're also trying to find out why it happened and any other things that he might be leaving out. Sometimes it's, like I said, a shooting is a traumatic thing, and
fair to say sometimes when you leave out information, it's inadvertent, and sometimes it's deliberate.
Correct, and we have to explore that.
And you were trying to figure out which one.
Correct.
But you drew no conclusions throughout the course of the.
Later we did. Later when we didn't find anything, and when we saw the video, we knew that where he told us it happened, it didn't happen.
Okay. Well, you perceived him to be scared because you suggested maybe you're scared. Is that what you had perceived? Or did you perceive him to just be evasive? Which one? Or neither?
I didn't draw a conclusion. I'm trying to ask him questions, again, to have him open up, see what could be him being hesitant or if he's leaving something out, or just exploring different avenues.
Okay. What about the part when he told you that he didn't have a phone? Did that seem curious to you?
Actually, I didn't even think about it, but now it sounds kind of weird, but I didn't even think about it at the time.
You know anybody without a phone? It's not living under a bridge.
No.
Okay. So at that time, this information, this indication, this loud indication that maybe he is deceiving you, it didn't occur to you now, but upon reflection, you would say that it's now occurring to you. Now that I put the question.
It's easy to Monday morning quarterback when you have a lot of time. We're in the middle. My goal at that time was to find out the location, okay, so that we can look for evidence and jurisdiction. Those were the two main things at that time. And then obviously why and get some background information as to why it could have happened and things like that.
I understand that, and just to further your analogy, I would submit that during the process of this exchange, when somebody tells you, an adult male tells you, I don't have a phone, that being curious is not Monday morning quarterback. That's like missing somebody wide open in the end zone, right? But it didn't occur.
No, really at that time, it wasn't maybe later on it could have been something that Detective Moretti would have considered, but at that time, like I told you, what my priorities were, at least for me.
I noticed you mentioned Detective Moretti. It's not something that would have occurred to you. Was it fair to say that Detective Moretti was the one making the investigative decisions on the case?
I called him to be the lead detective because we had, like I stated earlier, we had an agreement between the homicide detectives. I was 2 years left before it was almost 2 years exactly to the time to retire. So the agreement was that if I got called out, the other guys in the homicide unit would take over the investigation and that I would assist to avoid exactly me having to come back.
Yeah, and it didn't work.
It didn't work out.
Sorry about that. But you're not suggesting that the fact that you weren't lead meant that if your investigative instincts suggested that certain actions be taken, that you wouldn't suggest that to Moretti. You're not saying that.
Again, I don't know how many times I'm going to explain it. To me, at that point, we were trying to find out the location and try and get some historic and stuff like that.
Okay, so we're past the phone thing. I'm just saying, as a general concept, your perception of your role vis-a-vis Detective Moretti's wouldn't be because he's the lead, that if something occurred to you, you would not convey it to him. You wouldn't keep it to yourself.
No, we would discuss.
Okay, so there came a point later where you took Mr. Cortland Henry, or at least Detective Moretti did, out to the scene. So there would be no mistake as to where he said that, right?
Detective Moretti and Detective Tudor drove me to the scene.
So now we don't have the possible disconnect between what he's describing and what you perceive. Now he's saying it happened in this location, wherever it is that he took you, right?
You would have to ask Detective Moretti what was discussed. They just told me, I believe it was like the area of 163rd and Miramar Parkway, but we started, like I said, on 160th and proceeded westbound.
And law enforcement exerted a lot of effort, searched there, found nothing.
Correct.
Now you know this guy is not telling you the truth, I'm sure, right?
Well, at least that it didn't happen there.
Okay. So at least he's not telling you the truth as to the location of the incident, right?
Correct.
And he told you where he lived. I think early on in the transcript, he told you the address on 44th Street, right?
Yes, sir.
And it occurred to you, of course, that maybe we should go and execute a search warrant on that location just to make sure that we are investigating the possible people that are involved. Did that occur to you at the time?
No, I didn't do a search warrant in that location.
Well, I know you did. I'm asking whether it occurred to you that you should have.
No.
And based upon your being in and around Moretti, you never heard him suggest maybe we go do that.
In order to get a search warrant, you have to have probable cause that a crime was committed there. And at this point, we had no evidence that the crime was committed at the house to get a search warrant.
You need evidence, probable cause to determine that crime was committed at the house, or you needed probable cause to determine that possible evidence of a crime may be retrieved from that location.
Correct. Well, yes to both of those.
Right. And so the gentleman who shows up at the hospital telling lies with two deceased people in his car, it doesn't occur to you that the place he goes directly next might be a source for you to find evidence, right?
We had no evidence that he went to the house.
Where'd he go?
According to him, to the hospital.
Where'd he go after that?
I have no idea.
Was that a bit of concern?
We went to different areas. We went to other places. No, we didn't go there.
Okay. So I don't mean to be disrespectful, but you now have somebody who has presented himself to dead bodies, lied to law enforcement, had a long interview where he's taking you around in circles and being evasive. And where he leaves, and you know.
Tampering counsel testimony has to answer.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Didn't occur to you to search, to track where he may be going and conduct a search warrant because it might be fruitful.
No.
At the time that somebody at least determined that Cortland Henry may have been involved in this tragedy, you were already off case?
I believe I already testified to my involvement in it, so that the items that we covered was my involvement in the case, period.
Okay. So as you recall, at the time that you disengaged from further involvement in the case, Cortland Henry had not yet been identified as a potential suspect. If you recall.
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir.
I just clicked off of it. My bad. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Let me get back over here because his trial is gonna be coming up next soon, like in 10 days. The Aaron Spencer. And I'm just curious to what people's thoughts are in regards to what he did. I don't think they're going to be they're not going to stream the trial live, but I just wonder what people's thoughts are while we're chatting. Yeah, he a smooth attorney. He better than Miss Giggles over there, Pretty Brown. That's what I can tell you. Definitely better than Miss Giggles.
Sir, the location that Cortland Henry identified as his residence was also the place he identified as the residence of the two victims.
Yes, sir.
And that didn't trigger you to think maybe to search that location either?
No.
Okay. Tell me again about Walmart. Do you remember what Cortland Henry told you about Walmart?
He described some incident at Walmart.
And the reason that you were asking him, I think explicitly, was that you were trying to determine whether or not there could be any other people who may have had a motive to engage in the offense.
Correct.
And he told you about an altercation that took place at Walmart.
Yes, sir.
And you know, of course, that Walmart has surveillance tapes.
Yes, sir.
And so when did you go and retrieve those tapes?
I don't know if Detective Murray did.
If you were making the call, would you have done so?
I don't know if there was no connection to it at the time. I don't know if I would have or would not.
Because you do realize you asked him that very question for that very reason.
He also said that there was nothing to it, that as best as I recall.
He said the beef was squashed.
It was, yes.
So you said, okay, well, and then that settles it.
Well, I didn't say anything. I thought,
And you didn't do it?
I didn't, no.
That completes your cross-examination, counsel?
I think so, sir, but I'm being vacant. Remember the reference to a guy named Bentley in the statement? That there was a beef with a guy named Bentley? You don't recall?
No.
Okay. Because we listened to the statement earlier, and that statement said the beef was squashed with Bentley. It didn't say that beef was squashed with the Walmart. Right?
I don't recall.
Okay. So you just know that you didn't go and check up on either one.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Counsel, is there any redirect?
Detective Bertrand, does surveillance footage exist forever?
No.
Is there a retention time frame in which you have to be able to go to whatever location to retrieve it?
In most cases, from a week or two to 30 days max.
Did Mr. Henry give you any more idea of a time frame as to when this Walmart incident happened?
If he did, it's contained, I don't recall at this point.
Counsel asked you a lot about getting a search warrant for the house.
Correct.
Do you have any information whatsoever that would lead you to believe the defendant, Mr. Demons, or Mr. Henry had been at the house?
No,
Where did all the investigation point to they had been
in the car.
with regards to the recording studio? Did you go there and retrieve the evidence from that location of the
Yes.
video? No. Did you get a warrant just based on belief,
No,
on a hope and a prayer?
no.
What do you need?
You need probable cause and evidence that items of the crime are there.
Did you have anything to base that on to go to a judge and ask for a search warrant at that time?
No,
Do you know how long the defendants lived there before they were evicted? If you don't know when they were evicted, that's
I
fine.
don't recall.
Council brought up a lot about Mr. Henry being evasive or not wanting to answer questions. You asked some questions of him. Did you think he was going to try and exact street justice?
Repeat that again, I'm sorry?
Did you think Mr. Henry was going to
Objection
try
to the
and,
leading. I don't know about leading, sustain the objection.
with regards to the questions you asked of Mr. Henry, did you ask if he was going to take any actions into his own hands?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold on. Thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused. Who's your next witness, counsel?
Morgan Curry?
Outside?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bring in Morgan Curry, please.
Yes, sir.
Morgan Curry,
You spell your first and last name.
MORGAN, CURR.
Please have a seat. Madam, that microphone will adjust up or down, not back and forth. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Curry. How are you today?
Good afternoon.
Where do you currently work?
The Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What do you do for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
I conduct criminal felony investigations, also hold arrest authority.
And in terms of your job description, what area or specialization do you?
Yes, so specialize in cold cases as well as in forensic consulting for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
What does that mean to be a forensic consultant for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service?
Yes. Handle any type of forensic expertise or crime scene processing.
Okay, and the crime scene processing that you do, what types of training and experience do you have to do that from NCIS and not the TV show, just to be clear?
Correct. Received over 210 hours of formal training in crime scene processing and documentation, to also include photography, the collection of evidence, the processing of evidence, collection of DNA, fingerprinting, various other forensic principles. I also received a bachelor's degree prior to NCIS, but specifically within NCIS, just the formal training of documenting and collecting evidence.
Prior to working for NCIS, where were you employed?
With the Miramar Police Department.
How many years were you with the Miramar Police Department?
About 4 years.
And the 4 years that you were there with Miramar, what different job titles did you hold?
Started out as a evidence and property custodian for 2 years, and then was promoted to a crime scene technician for 2 years.
And so what were your job description as an evidence custodian?
Evidence custodian, so collecting as well as storing any type of incoming evidence or property for the department.
Okay, and then once you were promoted to crime scene technician, how did your job description change?
It included the same responsibilities as the evidence and property custodian, but it changed a bit as far as going out to various scenes to collect, process, as well as document or photograph crime scenes.
Did you take classes or trainings?
Yes, I did.
And so what ones did you take at Miramar Police Department?
Specifically at Miramar, completed a 16-week on-the-job training with crime scene documentation, as well as photography and other crime scene principle training, and then also
Okay, I'm gonna certify her
throughout
as
my
an expert.
to mid-ranges.
I'm gonna tender her as an expert witness, y'all. Y'all ain't gotta worry about it.
A close
What it says on the first photograph here, what is
Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of our jury, as well as the defendant, Demons, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, and our witness, Ms. Curry, remains on stand. Counsel, if you're ready to continue, you may.
Yes, sir. So, Investigator Curry, you mentioned that the first step you take is documenting through photographs. When you arrived at the scene for this case at 1901 Southwest 117th Avenue, did you take photographs of the deceased as you found them?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Yes, counsel, you may.
Mr. Curry, I want you to take a look at what's been previously marked as States H for identification purposes. It's a USB and a collection of photographs. Prior to coming into court today, did you have the opportunity to review the contents of that USB and the photographs that are attached?
Yes, I did.
Are the photographs a fair and accurate representation of what is on the USB device?
Yes, it is.
Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent the documentation you did of the two individuals who were deceased on October 26, 2018, as you found them at the hospital?
Yes, it is.
You're at this time, the state would request the State's H into evidence as a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Is there any objection?
No objection to the photos. I assume the USB is exactly what the photographs are. We did not look at the USB.
That is correct. That is done so that there is a hard copy and a digital copy for any other record that's necessary.
Based on that recommendation, no objection.
Thank you. They'll be admitted.
Okay.
States H will be marked as States 8.
I'm sorry, what number?
8, number 8.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
are the photographs, they're marked? They're all part of the composite? Is that
They
a composite exhibit?
It's a composite of 45 photos and 1 USB.
Thank you. You're admitted.
So I'm going to start with first photograph here. What are we looking at in this image?
It's our photo template.
What is it purpose?
It documents what scene we're photographing, provides necessary identifying information, as in who took the photos, date and time, case number, location, and what the incident is in reference to.
Okay. I'm going to start with the folder that is sub-labeled Anthony Williams. Did you have the opportunity to document the deceased who later became known to you as Anthony Williams?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to start with labeled as image 2. What are we looking at here?
That is the room plate number at the hospital that I responded to.
Was there an officer that was standing outside of this room?
Yes, it was.
Was anyone allowed into this room prior to your arrival for documentation purposes?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next photo, what are we looking at?
That is the photograph of the wristband that was on the deceased.
And the date of birth of January 1st of 1880 and 138 years old. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it says on there and what is a trauma bracelet?
I would not know that.
No. Can you describe what it says, what the name was assigned to the individual?
Chocolate, anonymous.
Okay. The second photo, what do you see here?
That is an overall photograph of the deceased.
Why do you take an overall photograph?
It goes back to our initial documentation of how we process each scene. We start with an overall to gather as much information as we can about what we're observing, and then move in to specific areas.
On to the next photograph. What are we looking at here?
There's a close-up of the deceased face.
Okay. Is there items of jewelry that are visible in this photograph?
Yes, it is.
So starting with on the ears, is there jewelry that is in the deceased ear lobes?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there, we'll move on to the necklace in a different one. Going on to the next photo, what are we looking at?
Again, another close-up of the deceased face.
At this point, there is now no longer a hospital gown. What happened?
In order for us to fully document, as is, we start off with the overalls with the gown on, and then follow behind with documenting the full overall of the body. So we do remove the gown with hospital staff members.
The next photo, the necklace and items here. Did you ever collect those?
No, I did not.
What are we looking at in this image?
Appears to be some type of wound.
Do you document all wounds as they appear to you?
Yes, we do.
Do you have any background in medical training, or are you trained as a medical examiner?
No, I am not.
Moving on to what are we looking at this photograph?
So it's a rearward or supine facing photo of the deceased. So the back of the head.
Do you do anything to clean up the deceased?
No, we do not.
The plastic bags inside the paper bags, what are those?
So that contain various clothing items and personal belongings to the deceased.
Is this what you're talking about before you get to the drying chamber?
That is correct.
Is this packaging from the hospital or from Miramar?
It's from the hospital.
What are we looking at in this particular image?
Yes, so it's a GSR kit, gunshot residue kit.
And was this performed on Anthony Williams?
Yes, it was.
And now more close up. of this GSR kit. What can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about the red staining that is showing up?
Yes, so the red staining contains various debris as well as the blood that is found on the deceased or on the area that we use to swab or test.
What is the purpose of the gunshot residue testing?
Yes, so the purpose of the test kit is to determine if there is some type of gunshot residue on the specific item, whether it's an individual or a specific piece of evidence that you're testing.
And the specific name of the gunshot residue test that's being done is what?
Friend or foe.
What was the result of this gunshot residue testing?
Is negative. The presence of GSR.
So going now to the images under the subfolder Christopher Thomas, starting with image number 34. What are we looking at here?
So again, a photo of the room number at the hospital.
The next photo that is here, is this an establishing shot?
Yes, it is an overall.
The black box that's put on there for modesty, was that done by you?
No, it's not.
No. When you take the photo, how is the bottom?
As it's proceeding.
Okay. Do you document the same like we discussed with the prior?
Yes, so it starts all over again, doing your overalls, then into the mid-range and close-ups.
Next photo?
So it's a close-up of the deceased head.
Does anyone assist you in locating areas or wounds, scars, marks, tattoos?
Yes, so if there's other investigators that are there or crime scene technicians that are there, as well as other medical staff or nurses or any other individuals that are allowed to be in that area are assisting.
Was there any evidence of medical intervention that was removed from the body?
Not to my knowledge.
On this picture here, what are we looking at?
So another close-up of the deceased face.
What was the purpose of this next photo that we are looking at?
So it is it's a mid-range of the abdomen area or the body area, the upper body area, to show the various puncture wounds as well as projectiles that are protruding out of the skin.
So, does the screen there work if you circle on it? It should be a touch screen. Let's see. So that when you're talking about the protruding projectiles in the skin.
Correct. It could be, and so it would require additional examination, but it could be anything as far as projectiles or metal shrapnel that comes from casings or bullets.
And in terms of, you're not trained as a medical examiner to know what's going on underneath the skin.
Correct.
On to the next image. What are you documenting in this photo?
So the lower extremities of the deceased, as well as the feet, with the several, what we can observe as some type of injuries.
And was there a name assigned to this individual?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and what was the last and first name of this individual that you were documenting?
Tama Tak Christopher.
Okay. What are we looking at in this specific photo?
Yes, so another documentation of the upper body of the deceased, as well as various injuries.
And then this photo?
A close-up unobserved injury to the body.
Moving again to the next photo, what area of the body are we looking at here?
This is the chest as well, chest or abdomen area.
And so if you could just circle on the screen or use the pointer to indicate where's the arm versus where's the chest.
So arm and then the chest.
Moving on to the image here, what extremity are we looking at?
So the inner thigh.
And on which leg?
Right.
Again, a close-up of that same wound in the next photo.
Correct.
Going to the photo that we're looking at here. Is someone assisting you in moving the body?
Yes, one of the medical staff members.
And what are you documenting in this photo?
So documenting the rear or the back of the deceased with the observed injuries.
Okay. And Investigator Curry, at the time when you're looking at this individual, have you already seen the Jeep that's outside?
I do not recall.
Okay. So going to next photo, what are we looking at in this one?
So the lower extremities, the rear lower extremities of the deceased.
Here, so I want to make sure it's clear what area have we moved back up to on the body in this photo?
Yes, so the back of the deceased.
Have you done any sort of cleaning or making it easier to see in any way, shape, or form of the body at this point?
No, I have not.
What are we looking at this photo?
So I believe that is the arm, a close-up of the injuries or wounds on the arm.
So I'm just going to go back one. So is that what you call the mid-range shot, and then going forward again, the close-up?
Correct.
Okay. And what are we looking here near the elbow?
Yes, another injury on that same arm.
And then going to this on the thigh. What, the last image you talked about on the inner right thigh, where's this defect that we're looking at in comparison to that one?
It's the other right thigh.
Going to this photo here, what are we looking at here?
So the backside of the deceased.
Okay. And now in this photo?
A close-up of that same backside of the deceased.
And again, this, again, on the right upper back of the deceased.
Correct.
Next photo, what is this showing?
Some type of injury or defect of under the underarm of the deceased.
The defects for the purposes of this, is someone holding the victim's arm in an upward position?
Yes.
Okay. Next photograph, what are we looking at?
So belongings, various belongings to the deceased.
Did you do the same GSR testing to Mr. Thomas's hands?
Yes, I did.
And with regards to that, were there any results on that?
No, the results were negative.
Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you do the GSR testing on the deceased hands?
Yes. So with the assistance of hospital staff, just have them hold their hands out the best way that we can. Using that kit, again, donning or putting on PPEs, some type of protective equipment, gloves, or some type of mask. Opening the kit up itself from a sterilized package, using that, it's more like a swab or a cotton padding, to which we rub against the individual's hand or whatever the object that we're testing for GSR. Rub that for about 15 to 30 seconds to collect whatever fluid that we can on that cotton swab. And then from there, there is a chemical that is within that same tubing or that same kit. That chemical is then applied to the cotton swab there, wait about 5 seconds or so for a reaction. And if there is a presence of GSR, you will see there's a photograph within the kit or some type of depiction within the kit that shows that if blue specks come up, it does have some type of presence for GSR. And if you do not see those blue specks, then there's a negative presence for GSR.
So going forward, I'm going to show you with a large bag here that I'm going to approach with, so you can view the contents. I'm going to open up the evidence seal on the outside of the bag now. So, Mr. I don't think we established prior to today, do you live here locally?
No, I don't.
As part of the Naval Criminal Intelligence Service, where are you stationed?
Virginia.
And if you need gloves, there's two different types here. Scissors as well. So the items are in here, you can look at them as you can without taking them out of the packaging. Do those items appear to be the same ones you collected from the victim, Anthony Williams, on October 26th of 2018?
Yes, yes.
So I'm gonna start with our defense counsel. Do you wish to approach?
No.
The items are placed into clear plastic wrapping. Clear. So we're gonna mark this item as item I. What is state item I?
Are you moving?
Yes.
It should not be displayed until the moved into evidence without due respect.
Objection sustained, so I want
Investigator, just put it behind the TV. All right, is item I the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it on October 26th of 2018?
Is there, excuse me, Counsel, the objection pending still up being displayed to the jury. Is there a way you can do this without showing?
Put it back to the back.
I'll make it easier. No objection to the clothes coming into evidence.
So with regards to without objection, so state the estimate state I in.
No objection, correct?
No
It
objection.
will be admitted. States aye.
And so states J.
No objection as regards states J.
No.
No, sir. It will be admitted.
States I will be marked states
Number 9.
number 9. States J will be marked states 10.
Thank you.
So start with what's previously now is states 8, 9, the last chance. Can you please hold those up for the jury? Moving on to state A.
Any objection?
No objection.
States K will be admitted. That's what you're seeking, Counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
States K will be marked states 11.
Switch with you and just your original duties of kindness to tell us and describe to the jury what is your hand right now.
So in my hand is a jean jacket that was used in the hospital.
And what number is that, Counsel?
States 10, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please stand at the published states 11. Let's switch with you. Thank you. Investigator Curry, is that how you received the shirt?
No, it isn't.
What did you do in terms of processing it or cuts or anything in the future?
So we don't cut anything from the items itself. What we simply do is spread it out, per se, so it gets folded and unfolded so that it can be tried in fraction.
Okay. And last note was the initial original packaging.
That's correct.
Is that the initial original packaging that those items were placed into?
Yes, that is.
And did that have your name, handwriting, face number, and seal on it?
That's correct.
So with regards to the items from the victim, Mr. Anthony Williams, what did you do to process those photo items?
After they were done drying, to document them, once again, photographing them in the lab, to document any type of, what we could identify as wounds or cuttings or anything that would assist us in documenting the clothing that came from the deceased.
When you are documenting on the outside of these packaging items, are you indicating a photo marker on them?
Yes.
And why do you put the photo marker on there?
So visually it allows some type of visual documentation, so it's easier to see what we're looking at.
Okay, I'm trying
As well as to identify that specific piece.
trying to put those on the state panel or those. Investigator Crabtree, transcribing this previously marked the state style for identification purposes only. Do you recognize the handwriting on that packaging?
Yes, I do.
You recognize your seal and your card ID number on it?
Yes, I do.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it in October of 2018?
Yes, it is.
And what is this?
It is identified as one black sock, one black and gray sock, one black boxer.
And which individual do you take these from?
Anthony Williams.
Can I just send state request to state LN?
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States L when you mark states number 12.
Investigator Curry, if I could ask you to be so kind as to publish these items? There are three, 2 socks and a pair of
Positive
boxers. And there are gloves if you're hanging the scissors or right there. If you so kind as to open it.
Do you want me to remove them out of that?
Please, if you could hold them out and show the rest of them during. Now, Investigator Curry, did you collect any of the tennis shoes in this case?
Yes, I did.
With regards to the additional processing that was done on the shoes, did you do that or was that done by another investigator?
To my knowledge, it was that by me.
Okay. So moving on, I'm going to go to Christopher Thomas as well. Did you collect the evidence from this person?
Yes, I did.
So, please be so kind as to open one more on the packaging.
Your Honor, we have no objection to the Christopher Thomas collection.
What's the exhibit numbers?
This is the M, N, and O.
Is that correct, counsel? All, and no, there's no objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Counsel, there's multiple exhibits in each one of these?
That they are individually packaged.
Or not composite? Thank you. M, N, and O is the exhibit in the next series.
your original packaging again. So in will be a white undershirt. That will be 13 is on the front, is correct?
States in, States 13.
States in is a black Ranger thing jacket, states in.
States 10 will be marked States 8.
And states O are some blue jeans.
And States 4 will be marked States 15.
Detective Curry, if you could be so, I'm sorry, Investigator Curry, if you'd be so kind as to, on states 13, the t-shirt, show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the defects that you documented.
So here, 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 here. And here.
What's been admitted as states 14, the black Stranger Things jacket. You could do the same on the back of that.
Here, here, here.
Thank you. And investigators are now approaching what has been previously marked as state P and shown to defense counsel. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
Legal clothing, collected from the scene from Christopher's office.
And are these items still in the original packaging?
Yes, it is.
Is your seal still intact with your name, ID number?
Yes, it is.
No objection.
Here, this time state requesting states P in.
There's no objection, so they'll be admitted. How many items are in there, counsel?
It's 2 black socks and 1 boxers.
They'll be admitted.
Thank you.
Being covered as composite, is that right?
Yes, sir.
States P will be marked as a composite of 3 items.
And so once we collect the photos, you indicated that you document them via photographs.
That is correct.
So I'm going to approach now with what's been previously shown to defense counsel and has been marked as states composite H of 1 USD and photographs for you to review. I'm going to show you the USB first. Investigator, do you recognize that USB drive?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that USB drive?
It has my initials on the back.
And is that fairly accurately depict the photos that you took in processing and documenting the clothing and shoes of the victims in this case?
Yes, it is.
And the photographs here, are they fairly accurately depict the same photographs that are on that USB drive?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state is requesting a state composite U in.
Any objection?
No objection. Again, on the same representation that we have not looked at the USB, but as long as the state represents that, it's nothing but those photographs. We have no objection.
That's the state's representation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
States Q will be marked as States 17.
They'll be admitted. Thank you.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes. How many photographs you said?
That I think I can just in a moment. Investigator Curry, if you have the clothing, why is it important to document it at the time of collection?
To be able to document how they were received as we were the individuals that collected the clothing from the deceased.
So on photograph number 1 under Anthony Williams, it has a G down here at the bottom of the photograph. Why is there a G?
It depicts the item letter that's assigned to the items.
Do you go through and assign a letter to each item that you're looking at?
Yes, each item that's collected receives a letter.
So going through on item G, and I believe there are 50 photographs in order to answer your prior question. Why do you take photographs of each side of the shoes?
To accurately depict the entire item from various angles.
Again, on item G. Moving on to item H. What, in terms of, is that the same that's been previously admitted into evidence, the black pants that we looked at first?
Yes, it is.
The contents of the pockets, why do you photograph it as such?
To be able to document what items are within the pockets, because they may not be visible
Okay.
as they're.
And now what are we looking at on item H? What view?
So the back side or rear side of the jeans.
So this is still marked as item number, or letter H.
Yes.
What items were found inside item H?
These were the items that were derived from the black jeans.
Okay. Were those items collected and cataloged?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to the amount of currency that you're seeing right here, how much is that?
$37.
Counsel, it's been previously marked as states are. Investigator Curry, do you recognize this item?
Yes, sir.
And marked as states are for identification purposes. What is that?
It's a currency bag filled with the currency from the item each shows identified.
And is it in the same, potentially the same condition of being collected it on the day of processing?
Yes, it is.
Is it sealed with your name and ID still?
Yes, it is.
Is it verified by another individual as to the amount of the currency?
Yes, it is.
Here at the time, state requesting states are in.
Is there any objection?
No, sir.
It'll be admitted. Next series, what is that?
States R will be marked states 18.
Thank you.
On to what's been labeled here as states. Your mirror mark item I, previously admitted into evidence, the boxers and the 2 socks.
That is correct.
Is this how you found them?
Yes.
Do you do any of the cutting of them when you receive them?
No, I do not.
Do you know who does?
Generally medical staff.
What's item J?
Picture of the jean jacket that was provided by medical staff of the deceased or from the deceased.
With regards to this next photo of item J, there is an arrow indicating a circular area. Are you able to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury if that is or is not a distressed portion of the jacket or is some sort of bullet defect?
Based on my experience in training, it appears to be something similar to a bullet hole.
Okay. With regards to the arrows, is that where you're putting those on there?
That is correct.
Moving on to the back of item J, is that how it looked when you collected it?
That is correct.
Based on your training experience as a crime scene investigator, does the appearance of blood change over time as it's stored in evidence?
That is correct.
That's still the same jacket that we have in evidence.
That is correct.
Again, item J with the 2 arrows that you have on there,
That is correct.
those 2 areas of interest that you identified.
Yes.
This is a close-up of the one item J defect. What can you tell about this particular item that makes you, based on your training experience, say that it's a bullet hole?
Just based on the size, the distress in the jeans, or I'm sorry, in the clothing, and the diameter of the specific defect.
So going on to the black shirt that's been placed in evidence.
That is correct.
That's item K as you documented it. And the little letter K that you put on each of these photos. Why do you put it on the photos?
Because it's a close-up, just to be able to identify that this particular close-up pertains to the overall item K.
Now looking at the other side of that same t-shirt.
Correct.
Again, how can you tell, or what based on your training experience will tell you that this is a bullet defect?
Based on the preparation inside the clothing itself, to include the diameter of the defect as well.
Okay. Turn this back in, so So with regards to Christopher Thomas's clothing, did you recover money and currency from his clothing?
I'd have to have that in the question.
Okay. If any approach was been previously marked as state S after showing it to the defense counsel?
Yes, Counsel.
Investigator Grant, showing it's been previously marked as states S for identification purposes only. Do you recognize your seal, your ID number, and the date of October 29th, 2018?
That is correct.
On the front of it, do you document the individual from which his items clothing was collected as well as the amount?
Correct.
Does looking at that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you collected currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, it does.
Did you collect currency from Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
Is that fairly and accurately depict the currency and is in the same or substantially same condition being collected on October 29th, 2018?
That is correct.
Grant the sentence state requesting that states S in.
No objection. No objection. It'll be admitted.
States S will be marked states 19.
Showing you what's been marked as states T for identification purposes. Are those the sneakers that we just used in those photographs?
Yes.
Do they in the same or substantially same condition?
Yes.
Grant the sentence state requesting that states T in.
Any objection? No objection. He will be admitted next series, Counsel.
States T will be marked states 20.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Investigator Fair, would you so kind as to open this and publish it for the jury?
It's 20.
20. And just give her those New Balance shoes. Where were they collected from?
It shows that they were collected from the hospital.
With regards to the other items that were collected from the victims, did you collect any suspect narcotics?
Not to my knowledge.
And in terms of a this, that was October 29th, 2018, that was all the investigative work we did on that date.
Correct.
So I'm going to go forward to November 21st of 2018. What was your role in the investigation on that day?
On the 21st, can I have a report or some type of refresher?
Yes, if you would help to refer to your report, I will show the defense counsel. Okay. And so if you would just refer to it silently to yourself and once your memory is refreshed.
Yeah.
Thank you. So on November 21st of 2018, what was your role in this investigation?
responded to US 27 to document a additional scene that was going to be some type of supplement to the initial call out for this case.
When you arrived on scene at the US 27, who else was there?
Several other detectives, law enforcement personnel, to include Miramar Police Department detectives and other crime scene investigators.
And with regards to those crime scene investigators, what was your specific role?
To assist in documenting and collecting any evidence that was observed on the scene.
Did you collect evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In terms of, we're gonna start with the photographs. Did you take photographs at that scene?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Showing what was been previously marked as dates V for identification. Investigator Curry, do you recognize that USB?
Yes, I did.
Do you recognize the photos that are attached to it?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize those?
It has my information on there, my badge number, Miramar Police Department badge number, and it's also in my name.
Did you have an opportunity to review the contents of that USB and those photographs before coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the evidence and your processing and documenting on November 21st of 2018?
Yes, it does.
Here at this time, the state requests to move states V into evidence and permission to publish.
No objection, basically with the same proviso. The USB, they have not seen if those are copies of the photograph. I have no objection.
They are the same, Your Honor.
No objection.
There'll be an endeavor.
Space B, will be marked states 101.
You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Starting with the first image.
So the photo template, the initial photo that is taken with the photograph in the scene.
And is this still under the same 18-10-06269 case number?
Correct.
And what date again was this done on?
November 21st, 2018.
The next photo, what are you showing here?
A location or establishing shot of where the scene is.
What direction are you facing in this photograph?
I believe it's going to be east to west. I'm sorry, south to north.
Hold on just one second. So you said you are facing east in this direction, west, and US 27 would be behind you?
Yes, that's correct, east to west.
So for the purpose of further on pictures, the power lines that we see on the right side, that's the south side of the road?
That's correct.
And there are no power lines on the north side of the road?
That is correct.
Okay. You indicated that there were other investigators on scene as well?
That is correct.
Is this some of the canine officers you were discussing?
Correct.
So again, looking in an eastern direction, but now focusing on the south side of the road. Can you describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury some of the yellow and orange markers and what they're there for?
Yes, so the yellow and orange markers are there to help depict items of evidence that can't necessarily be seen as they are maybe covered by the shrubs or the grass.
So moving on, what direction are you facing in this photograph here?
Facing towards the west.
And so at the end of this street here, what road is this?
On the end there is US 27.
No. The items that we see here, the flags, do they correspond with a photo marker or are they indicating something else?
So they may be corresponding with a, they have a photo marker next to it, but they depict the actual pieces of evidence.
So going on to this next photo, again with the power lines looking at the south side of the street. How many items did you indicate with photo markers on the south side of the street?
7.
And so on the north side of the street, how many items did you indicate with photo markers?
3.
Do they continue in sequential order?
Yes, they do.
1 through 7 is on the south side, 8, 9, and 10 on the north side.
Correct.
Again, showing 8, 9, 10 on the north. So I'm going to go back to item number 1, back on the south side. Can you describe what we're looking at in this photo here with photo marker number 1?
Yes. The shell casing, spent casing, that's it.
That's that particular item?
That is correct.
Was this item collected?
Yes, it was.
Why do you take multiple photographs from different angles of these items?
Just to get an overall depiction of a specific item and then also accounting for lighting or better visibility of that.
And the glass appearing object underneath the casing, did you collect any of that specific glass right there?
I do not believe you did.
Why not?
I think after discussing with the investigators, did not believe that it was in reference or pertaining to the case.
Did it have any characteristics of auto glass?
Objection beyond the scope
If she knows.
of her expertise.
First, establish that she may know something about this.
So, Investigator Curry, and part of your training in crime scene, is it determining what evidence may be something that would be collect?
Yes, it is.
In terms of the facts of the case, is that something that you're familiar with and you familiarize yourself with to know what types of evidence may exist?
Correct.
For glass and glassware, do you have any training in identifying potential sources of glass or other items that may be gotten through that?
Yes, I do.
With regards to the glass in the Jeep that was found at the hospital, have you had the opportunity to view that Jeep prior to November 21st of 2018?
Yes, I have.
The glass that was in the Jeep, was that consistent with the glass that is there in this photo marker number 1?
No, it was not.
Okay. Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are we looking at in this particular image?
So the glass fragments are in the glass.
Going now to photo marker number 2, the next image. Can you describe to ladies and gentlemen how you're taking this photo?
So it is considered a close-up photograph of the glass fragments. It is at 90 degrees directly over the glass that's on the ground.
Moving on to photo marker number 3. What was significant with photo marker number 3?
I would have to, are you able to zoom in? Is there another photograph? Or if I can refer to my report?
You can refer to your report. Would that help in refreshing your recollection as to photo number 3?
Yes.
Okay. Council, can you see the report? Same report? That's
Same report, I have it, thank you.
And draw your attention to the third photo number 3. And reviewing that, is your memory now sufficiently refreshed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so in this photograph here, what are we looking at?
Glass fragments.
And could you kind of circle it on the screen so it's clear to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we're... Those look different than the last glass fragments
Yes, they
we
are.
were looking at. How are they different so it's clear on the record?
It appears to be a tint or a darker color.
Moving on to photo markers, and so for this is the establishing shot for which 4 photo markers?
4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. Going to the close-up of photo marker number 4. What was the important item of evidence in this photo?
Spent casing.
Okay. There's a scale on each photo marker. Why is that?
We're able to document the size of the specific item in the picture or that corporate record.
And are all of these items later on collected?
Yes, they are.
Going on to photo marker number 5. I'm going to start with the item to the left here. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Moving over to the right of photo marker number 5. What is that?
Spent casing.
Did you collect both of those 2 spent casings?
That is correct.
Okay. And in terms of another view of these 2 casings on number 5, is that what we're looking at here?
That is correct.
Moving on to photo marker number 6. I'm going to move into the closer up one for photo marker number 6. I'm going to start to the one to the left. What is that?
Spent casing.
Okay. Is that the same one that was next to photo marker number 5?
Not to my knowledge.
And to the right, photo marker number 6.
It's another spent casing.
Going on to photo marker number 7. What are we looking at in photo marker number 7?
Spent casing.
Were all of these spent casings of the same caliber when you collected them?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Again, last photo here of number 7.
Spent casing.
Moving on to the north side of the street on 8, 9, and 10. What did you collect at photo marker number 8?
Glass fragments.
Is that a view of those glass fragments?
Yes, it is.
Moving on to photo marker number 9. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
Moving on to photo marker number 10. What did you collect at this location?
Glass fragments.
We're looking here now at the one of the last two photos. What is this photo depicting?
Measuring or a detective utilizing a measurement device.
And what is that measurement device?
It measures distance. It's a yardstick or meter stick.
So I'm going to go through now with those items that were collected. Council has been marked as States W.
Can we approach?
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, investigator Curtis, I'm showing you something previously marked as States W for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
Is it in the same or substantially same condition as when you recovered it on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
What does that item consist of?
The glass fragments, is all of the glass fragments that were obtained from the scene.
Are there 5 samples of glass fragments that are in that container?
That is correct.
And that you recognize your seal and ID number as signing on that.
Sustained, don't leave.
With regards to that, is there anything else on there that was not on there when you last sealed it?
Yes, there is.
The yellow sticker here, do you recognize that?
No, I do not.
Here at this time, the state would request them of States W in.
Fair objection.
Yes. Credit. She doesn't recognize the seal on that particular item.
Anything else?
Any further statements to that? It's there.
Excuse me, anything else, Mr. Adelson?
No, sir.
No objections overruled. Will be admitted.
States W will be marked States 22.
Moving on to what's been marked as States X for identification purposes. Joint counsel.
What's number?
Okay, investigator Grant, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as States X for identification purposes. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them?
My writing on the packaging as well as my name and ID number, member ID number at the time.
And are they in the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on November 21st of 2018?
That is correct.
Are they sealed?
Yes, they are so.
Your Honor, this time the state requests to move State X in.
No, no objection.
It will be admitted.
States X will be marked States 23.
So Investigator Curry, on States 22 and 23, did you photograph those items?
Yes, I did.
So I'm showing counsel what's been previously marked and reviewed as States Composite Y, a USC, and 9 pages of photographs. Of course. Investigator Curry, I'm showing you now what's been previously marked as States Composite Y for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that USB and those 9 pages of photographs?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately represent the documentation that you did of States 22 and 23 that is now in evidence?
Yes.
And at this time, the state requesting of States Y in. As
Any objection?
No objection with the same proviso. The USB is the same as the photographs.
As the representation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. It will be admitted.
Okay.
States Y will be marked States 24. To close 1 USB for products and 9 photos.
So starting with what's labeled as image 76, if you could just briefly describe to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the case number that's on there as well as the number marker.
Yes, so the case number identifies, it's in reference to the same case that these items were collected. In regards to the item number pertains to the photo marker that was in the photographs.
Prior to photographing and processing these on November 27th of 2018, did you do an IMVAC filter?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is an IMVAC filter?
So an IMVAC filter, it's used to collect any type of DNA or any additional information utilizing a test. The IMVAC, the IMVAC system itself uses a filtered item. So any type of DNA that is collected off of the item that's being tested is filtered and put onto a filter that is then tested and sent off to a lab.
And so, Investigator Curry, do you have training and experience on when it is appropriate to try and collect DNA from items?
That's correct.
In this instance, did you walk the jury through, please, the process of how you did the IMVAC filter collection?
With the assistance of additional crime scene technicians, after collecting the item itself, it is then submerged in distilled water. A machine then spins the item. In this case, it was the spent casing. It spins the item. The water then absorbs whatever that DNA or whatever particles are on the item that's within the water. And then after that, that water is then filtered through a kind of like a cotton swab or a cotton ball, and the remnants or whatever DNA or whatever additional items are filtered through that cotton ball and then sent out to the lab to be analyzed.
Can you see the DNA on there with the naked eye?
No.
Do you know if it's successful or not? How do you finish completing the filter?
No, we do not.
No. Going forward back to the photographs, you have a number 1 on here.
That's correct.
What does the number 1 correspond to with regards to the previous photographs you just looked at?
It corresponds to the level photo marker that was within the previous photograph.
Do you photograph each casing from all sides and angles?
Yes.
So that's item number 1. 3 photos of that. And now, so if you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what item we're looking at now.
Spent casing, identified as photo marker number 4.
With regards to the writing that's on the back of each of these spent casings, were they all consistent with one another?
Yes, they were.
And what type of writing or markings were on each of these casings?
Blazer, 40, S&W.
As a crime scene technician, what is a Blazer 40 S&W mean?
It refers to the caliber of the spent casing as well as the brand.
Moved on to item number 5 in these photographs.
Spent casing.
Were there more than one item at photo marker number 5?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 6.
Spent casing.
Again, was there more than one spent casing at photo marker number 6?
Yes, there was.
Moving on to photo marker number 7. What are you documenting in these photos?
Spent casing.
Moving on to photo marker number 2. What are you documenting in these photos?
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 3.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 8. Now we're back on the north side of the road. Is my recollection correct on that?
That is correct.
Okay. And photo marker number 8.
Glass fragments.
Photo marker number 9.
Glass fragments.
And photo marker number 10.
Glass fragments.
So going forward, after you photographed these, I want to go to your investigation when you were in Margate, Florida, with regards to this case very briefly. Did you assist with a search warrant in Margate, Florida?
Yes, I did.
Did you collect any evidence there?
Yes, I did.
Were any firearms collected? With regards to that specific location in Margate, do you remember where it was?
Yes.
And where was that?
Don't remember the specific address, but it was near the university.
Looking at, is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to this specific address?
Referring to my report.
And counsel, do you need to?
No, I haven't.
Okay. So just repeat the first paragraph silently to yourself. Let me know when your memory has been sufficiently refreshed.
Refreshed.
Okay, and so what was the address of that?
5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
While you were at that residence, did you make contact with any individuals?
Not to my recollection.
The search warrant and the photographs that were taken at that, you said there was no firearms recovered?
Correct.
Was there a storage unit key that was recovered?
I would have to refer to.
Was that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. And then the sixth paragraph, if you just read that silently to yourself.
Thank you.
So was there a storage unit key that was collected?
Yes, there was.
Was there mail collected from that location?
Yes, it was.
The individual that was named on the mail, who was that?
Jamell Demons.
With regards to later on that day, did you then help and assist on the execution of a second search warrant?
Yes, I did.
That second search warrant at a storage unit location, did you recover any firearms there?
No, we did not.
Just a moment, can I have a question? So, I'm going to show you what's been, show council. What's been marked as state Z. So I'm showing you what's been previously shown to defense counsel as state and marker identification as state's composite Z. Do you recognize those items?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize those items?
With my handwriting on there, as well as my initials, date, and I'm your police department number on seal.
And do they are the same or substantially same condition as when you collected them on the October 2018?
Correct.
Here at this time, the state requesting the state's Z in a composite 3 items.
Is there any objection? No. It'll be admitted.
States.
Positive 3. What's the number?
State C is positive 3 items, and it will be on states 25.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, 25, you said?
25.
And so, permission to publish state Z.
Right.
Ms. Murphy, please okay to open that and publish those items. And could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the items are?
A clear bottle cap, rubber leaf packaging with a black straw inside, and Florida identification card for Anthony Williams.
And where were those items found?
Found at the hospital, retrieved from the hospital.
The items there, they're in the same condition?
Yes, they are.
With regards to what's been previously marked for identification as states AA, do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
A impact filter from the spent casings from the US 27.
And how do you recognize that?
With my markings, my writing, as well as my badge number and the date on seal.
And is that in the same or substantially same condition as when you packaged it and processed it in November of 2018?
Yes.
You're at the Senate State requesting the states AA and the states 26.
No objection?
No, no, sir.
It'll be admitted.
States AA marked 26.
So Investigator Curry, with regards to suspect narcotics, if they are found, are those collected?
Yes, they are.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics in this case?
Not to my recollection.
Is there anything that would refresh your recollection as to that?
Yes, my report.
Okay. If I can approach, I have a copy of the property receipt. Okay. Sure.
Would that help in assisting you?
Yes,
Okay. Can you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is a property receipt?
yes. So a property receipt identifies any type of evidence or items that are obtained or collected.
Is that something you document at the time when you were collecting the items?
That's correct.
Looking at that property receipt, are you refreshed as direction if you collected any suspect narcotics?
That's correct.
Did you collect any suspect narcotics from the person of Christopher Thomas?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
Cannabis.
Okay. And that item, was it packaged?
Yes, it was.
Do you have the ability to test suspect narcotics at the Miramar Police Department?
Yes, we did.
In terms of, is it analysis for a chemical certainty or is it a presumptive test?
It's a presumptive test.
Additional testing for any such information as to what that substance was, what agency does that to your knowledge?
Send out to the DSO lab.
So after you conducted the documentation, all the photographs, how do you preserve those photographs?
They are burned to a disc, whether it's CD or DVD, and stored in our edits facility.
After you did that in this case, did that conclude your involvement in this investigation?
Yes.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Counsel, can I see sidebar, please?
So that is going to conclude day one. Just so y'all know, I know we did that on like a fast speed, but that's okay. I was able to get what information I needed out of there, and hopefully y'all did too. So just like a reminder in regards to what we did here or what you may not have heard. So the prosecutors basically got up there and they said, hey, YNW Melly, Jamell Demons or whatever you want to call him, he shot and killed two of his friends, Anthony YNW, Sack Chaser Williams, and Christopher YNW Juvie Thomas Jr. And this happened in on October the 28th, 2018. Now the prosecutors previewed the surveillance video, phone data, social media evidence, different things like that were connecting Melly's involvement, and even contradicting any claims that they have made regarding it being a drive-by. The defense said, hey, y'all gonna have to prove it, get to work. Defense counsel argued that state's investigation was completely flawed, and had a whole bunch of holes and raised a whole bunch of reasonable doubt. Now, this was day one. Let's see if we can. Let me see what day two looks like.
In this honorable court, this court is now in session. Please be seated. Thank you. For the record before the court is a continuation of the trial in the matter of Palmo versus Aaron Hernandez on docket 14-10417.
I was trying to see what the Aaron Hernandez one was about. How many days it was. Let's see what day two. We'll see what we can get through with day two since it's still kind of early. And like I said, I will stream to Monday, definitely, because we don't go back to court until Tuesday for any trials. I don't know why every time I look at him, I'm thinking like he, another attorney. I won't say the name, but I keep thinking somebody else that he's not.
Counsel, assist the attorneys, and one of our witnesses, jury. Now, I just want to remind you, you remain under oath. All right. So, gentlemen, I trust you all had a good night. We're going to start now with the cross-examination by Mr. Adelstein.
Okay, so we'll start back up with this cross-examination. Get this up for us. You said that's not abuse, Frank. Thank you for answering me, because I'm trying to figure out if this is about to be abuse. Because I'm sure gonna tell them, do not touch anything. Do not eat. Do not touch any food until this kitchen is spotless clean. If you don't want to clean it, fine. Starve. Like, I'm so disappointed with them. Like, no, don't touch none of my food. Don't come in here cooking. Don't do none of that stuff until this kitchen is spotless clean. So good, Frank. I'm glad I got approval, because the first thing they'll be telling me is that I done abused these kids because I done put a lock on the refrigerator. Right, Frank. That's what I'm talking about. I don't even know. Yeah, I'm gonna get them as soon as they get home from school. They're gonna get this spotless clean. All right, let's go on to day 2.
Ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I just have a few questions. You mentioned something about casings.
Yes, sir.
That you found, I think your exact word was spent casings.
Correct.
What does that mean?
So it's the exterior metal jacket that falls off or protrudes off after the projectile cycles through the firearm.
That is, if you have a bullet, the back end of the bullet, correct?
Correct.
And the reason you tested it for DNA was because there are times where you can get the DNA of a person who puts the bullet into the gun, correct?
That's correct.
And nobody has the same DNA.
That's correct.
You don't know any of the results, but that's why you tested for DNA in the cases, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you also indicated that you went to an apartment. I think it was located at 5700 Toscana Place, apartment 307.
Correct.
You knew before you went in, did you not, that that apartment was rented to Jameson Francois?
I would have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
Okay. You mentioned, I'm going to get to it in a second. You mentioned that you went there pursuant to Detective Moretti's request, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And that he had a warrant to search that residence.
That is correct.
Let me May I approach, show this witness a document?
What is it marked? Is it marked or is it?
It's not marked.
Stephen, good? Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me show you, may I approach you? May I show you a document? Let's see if this refreshes your recollection now. Point two.
Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. Does that refresh your recollection as to whose apartment that was?
Yes, sir.
Whose apartment was it?
Francois.
Jameson Francois.
Jameson Francois.
And you met a young lady by the name of Adria Scott, I believe.
Yes.
That turned out to be his wife, correct?
I'm not 100% sure about the relationship between you.
And you mentioned in Mr. Francois' apartment, there was a letter that was addressed to this young man, correct?
That is correct.
And that letter was addressed to this young man at a different address, correct?
I do not recall.
May I approach the witness to see if that refreshes your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
The letter you found in Mr. Francois' apartment was addressed to this young man at a completely different address, correct?
That's correct.
You also found in Mr. Francois' apartment a storage key, right?
Yes.
And some ammunition, correct?
Correct.
.40 caliber ammunition.
Correct.
As a result of finding this key to the storage unit, you eventually went to that storage unit to search, correct?
Correct.
And that storage unit was owned or rented to Francois and Jameson Francois and his wife, Scott, correct?
That is correct.
In that storage room owned by Mr. Francois and his wife, you found, did you not, 3 holsters?
That is correct.
You found some gun locks in there?
That is correct.
Did you find any guns in the storage unit that was owned by Mr. Francois?
No.
Do you know if anyone questioned Mr. Francois where the guns were?
I wouldn't know that.
That's not your job.
Correct.
May I have one moment, John?
Yes, sir.
And did I hear you correctly that you are in the Navy?
I work for the Naval Criminal Investigative Service.
Are you part of the military?
No, I'm not.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Counsel, thank you. Is there anything further? Are we ready?
Investigator Curry, you mentioned you found some holsters. With
Yes.
regards to the holsters, was it a back strap included?
Yes, there was.
What type of back strap was it?
I would need to refresh my memory.
We're looking at your property receipt of the recovered items, I'll refresh your memory.
Yes.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Looking at the property receipt, I'll ask you again, what type of back straps were found?
Block.
Nothing further.
This witness excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You may step down, ma'am. You're excused. Counsel, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Raymond Maycock.
Good morning, you are.
Good morning.
Well, this is our witness stand. When you get there, what I'd like to do is just remain standing for a bit. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you should give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please state your full legal name for the record.
Raymond Maycock Jr.
Please spell your first and last name for the call.
First name RAMOND. Last name MAYCOCK.
Thank you, sir.
Please have a seat. That microphone, adjust up or down, not back and forth.
Yes, sir.
Ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Counsel, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury with your name and where you're currently employed?
Good morning. My name is Raymond Maycock. I'm currently employed at the Rewatch Sheriff's Office in the Central Division.
And what's your title?
I'm a deputy, detention deputy. I'm sorry.
And how long have you been employed by DSO?
I've been employed for 6 years now.
As a detention deputy?
Yes, ma'am.
And where exactly do you work as a detention deputy?
I work in the booking area.
Okay, at the jail, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are your duties and responsibilities?
I'm responsible for processing inmates that come in and out of jail.
Okay, and does that processing include fingerprinting defendants that come in and out of the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what is that? I'm going to turn your attention to February 13, 2019. What does that entail when an individual comes in?
When an individual comes in, I fingerprint them, take a photo shot, and process all their arrested.
Okay, and during the course of your normal duties as a detention deputy, did you come into contact with defendant Jamell Demons back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did you come into contact with him?
In the processing area.
And what was your role in processing the defendant?
My fingerprinting.
And similar to your general duties, you would process him, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing the witness what was previously shown to defense counsel the state's new for identification. That we can take a look at that. It's a 2-page document, and when you're done, you can look up. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that you recognize it?
It has my CCN on it.
And what is your CCN?
It's a work review.
Is that unique to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this in the same or substantially the same condition as when you last took it back on February 13th of 2019?
No, ma'am.
What's the difference?
I took the fingerprints on an electronic monitor.
And does BSO then store that electronic document in their BSO system?
Yes, ma'am.
Other than that, any change?
No, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence what was pre-marked states to you, the state's next covered exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
States you will be marked, states 20 will be sent.
Deputy, do you have any further involvement with the defendant, Mr. Demons?
No, ma'am.
Do you see the defendant, Jamell Demons, in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out by an article of clothing and his location in the courtroom?
You see this on my right hand side, I have on a sweater and a suit jacket.
Is that the individual that you fingerprinted back on February 13th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Is there any cross-examination?
Just briefly.
Thank you.
The state calls Inger Allen.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. I think I left off when we were discussing your forensic training, right? And you do forensic proficiency testing?
Yes,
And how often is that done?
yearly,
Okay. And how many times in your work week do you say that you perform comparisons?
every day,
And how often in your career have you performed comparisons?
1,000.
And have you previously testified in court,
Yes,
specifically here in the state of Florida?
yes,
How many times?
86.
And in this particular case, did you receive a comparison request from the state attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm showing the witness was previously been shown to counsel as states double B for identification. Do you recognize page 1?
Yes, I do,
And how is it that you recognize that document?
because I see my markings on there.
Okay, and those markings were made during the course of your comparison in this case?
Yes, they were.
Any alterations or deletions to that document?
No,
I'm also approaching with what's in evidence in states 27. Do you recognize states 27?
yes, I do,
And how is it that you also recognize states 27?
because I see my markings.
Okay, Is states 27 and what's currently now marked as for identification purposes, it states double B what you received for comparison in this case.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move this evidence what's been pre-marked as states BB as the next numbered exhibit.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Objection, no, so ruled.
States BB will be marked states 28.
Just gonna retrieve this. Now, can you walk us through your comparison steps? What is that process like?
We follow a process. It's ACE-B, which stands for analysis, comparison, evaluation, and verification.
Okay, let's talk about the analysis phase. What does that entail?
That is when we look at the evidence and we determine whether it is quality enough for us to make a comparison.
Okay, and Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm going to provide these to you in case you for reference, states 27 and 28. So in your analysis step, what's the first thing that you're doing when you have states 26 and 27?
I'm looking at the quality of the prints that we receive.
And are you using any tools to assist you in this process?
Yes, we use a 4-power magnifying glass.
And in this particular case, when you completed your analysis stage, was it sufficient for you to move on to the next phase?
Yes, it was.
Okay, and the next phase you identified as the comparison phase.
Yes.
What does that phase entail?
That's when we look for details and minutia.
Okay, and what specifically, which exhibit are you looking for the minutia and detail in?
The evidence.
So in front of you, if you can identify for the record state's number on the back.
BP.
Which is now in evidence in stage 27. It's 28, my apologies, 28. So you're looking for minutia and detail. Why is that important?
Because that's how I am able to determine whether it's quality enough for me to make an actual comparison.
And was stage 28 of quality value for you to compare and make a comparison in this case?
Yes, it was.
And we move on to the next stage at this point, the evaluation phase.
The evaluation is where once I make a comparison and I determine that it is enough or not enough detail for me to make a conclusion, and that is when I do say yes, that is either source identification or non-ident, or if it's inconclusive, I can't make a determination.
Okay, so there are a few options in every case, right? So you have source identification, you can exclude it, or it's inconclusive.
Correct.
Now, at this particular stage of comparison phase, what did you determine in this case?
That it was source identification,
Okay, and what was that based on?
that these two set of fingerprints were from the same source.
So states number 27, is that correct? And states number 28 are from the same source,
Yes,
meaning that the fingerprints that you compared are of the same source.
yes.
And what about the V stage, the verification stage?
Verification stage is where I give my paperwork to another analyst for them to do the technical verification of the work that I did.
Okay, and after, and before your verification step, you indicated earlier that there's some markings on the document. Are those markings, when are those markings made?
When?
Yes.
When I do my report.
So throughout the evaluation stage, before the verification stage, you're making those markings.
Correct.
And so when you're completed with the verification stage, do you formalize your opinion or your determination in writing?
Yes,
And that's placed on a report?
yes.
Your Honor, moment to confirm. Your Honor, can I retrieve the evidence from the witness?
Yes.
And at this time, the state's requesting to publish states 27 and 28.
You may.
Publishing states 27.
Excuse me, Garrett.
And you should be able to see it in front of your screen, but states 27, you indicated the markings. Are those at the top left right here that I'm pointing to?
Yes.
Those markings that you've made?
Yes.
Now publishing states 28. And the markings that you referred to in states 28, are those here that I'm pointing to on the bottom right?
Yes.
And you indicated that the source of the identification on stage 28 and on stage 27 were the same source?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Councilor St. Cross examination. Ms. Woods, excuse.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down. Your seat. Councilman Corey, next witness.
After this, I'm going to be publishing the additional video from stage 7, and we're doing a very good evidence.
Actually, there's some of the evidence as well. Your Honor, pursuant to public records, I'm moving to evidence that was pre-marked as state CC as the next state's number exhibit. I've
Sorry,
previously
Counsel.
shown it to council.
Is there any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, 1 second.
Just to the relevance, Your Honor, objection to relevance.
That's it, please.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, is this all the times that he been arrested? Wow, that's a lot of photos. Okay, that's proof of insurance. I don't know what we need is proof of insurance, but all right. Yes, that's showing where his meal was going. He had to try to reinstate his driver's license. Okay. Okay, we getting somewhere of nothing. Like, why are they? I know that they not using a witness to bring this in. They just introducing it into the court. I wonder if the jury even sees it. Okay, so we looking at applications for driver's license. I don't know if I can. All right.
Yeah, Senate State resumes publishing of state 7.
What's state 7? Okay, this is a video. This is October the 26th, 2018 at 2:08 a.m.
Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 0208. Channel 1, October 26, 2018, time on video 2:11:11.
I wonder is this outside the recording studio?
Channel 1, 10/26/2018, 2:17:43.
It must be.
Channel 3, 10/26, 2018, 2:11.
Okay, yeah, so that's inside the recording studio.
Channel 3, 10/26, 18, 2:17, 34.
Just so everybody's aware, I do have this video set up so we can get past it, only because it doesn't have any sound to it. We just want to be able to see the movement and how people get in the vehicles.
Channel 3, 10/26, 18, 2:19, 35. And 26, 2018, 2:20:07. And 26, 2018, 2:21, 28. And 26, 2018, 02:28, 38. And 26, 2018, 2:11:10, Channel 4. Channel 4, 10/26, 2018, 2:17, 43. Channel 4, 10, 26, 19, 02, 21, 37. Channel 4, 10, 26, 19, 02, 28, 54. Channel 6, 10, 26, 18, 02, 10, 56.
Just so y'all know, these are different angles that they showing, because there were different cameras throughout the studio and outside.
Channel 6, 10, 26, 18, 02, 11, 28.
Yeah, so there's that.
Channel 6, 10, 26, 19, 02, 17, 33. Channel 6, 10, 26, 19, 02, 19, 37. Channel 6, 10, 26, 19, 02, 21, 28. Channel 6, 10, 26, 19, 02, 22, 42. Channel 6, 10, 26, 19, 02, 24, 29. Channel 6, 10, 26, 19, 02, 25, 34.
Holy moly. Let me stop this real quick.
Channel 6, 10,
Hey,
2016.
I done found some. Oh, we got some more video for our fighter. Oh gosh, his case. OMG. I gotta stop in between this because I just because I'm always trying to search to find some stuff. Oh my goodness. Do y'all want me to set that up so we can watch that later, or how do y'all want me to do that? I don't know even know how much time it got on here, but it looked like it's getting juicy. I can't wait to see this. Wait a minute. Oh yeah. It looked like we got maybe let me tell y'all how many things I think we got to catch up on. Oh, I can't wait to see this. 31, 41, 1, 2. Oh. Maybe about 3 or 4 hours. It's about maybe 3 or 4 hours of testimony that I see that we haven't covered. Oh man. Well, wait a minute. Okay. I'm gonna play this and then I'm gonna create a thumbnail and we'll start that. Oh man, yeah, I can't wait to see it. I've been watching to see when it was gonna load some up. You saw them all this morning, Lynn? We gotta watch that. Oh gosh. Oh, I wish I could make sure they in some type of order, but I can't even be figuring out what kind of order they gonna be in. We just gonna watch them. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna let this play and I'm gonna create a thumbnail in a room for it.
'02, 2709. Channel 6, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 28, 38. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 11, 03. Channel 7, 10, 26, 18, 02, 11, 10. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 17, 36.
2018, 02, 2011. Channel 7, 10, 26, 2018, 02, 21, 32. Channel 7, 10, 26, 18, 02, 28, 48. Of state senate, and Dr. Mr. Chairman, I think we're ready to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take short recess. Do not discuss case on 419. Do not case on audience. Discuss case in presence during the research. Continue to hear. Thank you.
Okay, since they just went on a break there, I won't put us into another part of that. I am uploading the thumbnail now. Oh, here it go. I was like, where is it at? So I'll leave us right where we're at right here. And we can pick up on this tomorrow. We did get day one out the way. And we'll have all the way into Tuesday to complete that. But let me get... Let me get the link to the... Oh, I didn't have to do that. Let me get the link to the room for us. Oh, yes, I guess I did I have to do that. Okay. Okay, so here's the link for the room. So if y'all click on that link, it'll take you over to the Fighter Fire trial, and we'll just watch that live. Remember, I don't have them all clipped up, and tried to put them together, but we'll do the best that we can with what we got over there. Okay. All right, guys. I want to say thank you to everybody that sat over here and watched the YNW Melly trial with me. We will be back in this courtroom tomorrow. It look like we got almost halfway through. Tomorrow we'll probably have a lot of photo evidence. That's what I can tell y'all in this trial. It'll be probably a lot of photo evidence, a lot of yeah. So if you like photos and you like stuff like that, that's what we'll have a lot tomorrow in this trial. We'll pick back up with this one tomorrow. In the meantime, in between time, we're going to go over here and look at our Kevin West trial in Virginia. The firefighter. I don't know, guys. This is one of the ones that I need to see because he may not be guilty. All right. Well, if you haven't seen it, head on over there with us and come check it out. All right, guys. Peace.